So, good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat for the next session. Hope you can hear me well. So let's get started. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to the Sweden Hour at FMF at Future Mineral Forum. So we will have 1 hour dedicated to Sweden and presentation about mining in Sweden. My name is Mikael Johansson. I'm head of mining at the Swedish Trade and Invest Council, and I will be your host for this about 1 hour. And as many of you probably know, Sweden is one of the leading mining nations, both in terms of that we have many of the world's most productive mines and also a vast ecosystem of different kinds of solution providers for the mining industries. And we will have a quite packed hour today with different information and presentations. We will have an opening address by the ambassador of Sweden to Saudi Arabia soon. We will have a presentation also by one of the leading universities in Northern Europe, Luleå Tekniska University soon. And then we will conclude with a panel with some of the leading Swedish solution providers, equipment providers to the mining sector. And I and all of the Swedish companies and organizations, we are very honored to be here. Apart from having this session, we also have a Swedish pavilion over here, back to the left, so very welcome to visit us during the day. But we have a packed hour, so let's get started. And we will start with a short introduction film clip about mining in Sweden. So let's carry on with this short video to start with. So that was just a very, very short glimpse of what we have when it comes to mining in Sweden, and we will fill it with more content, of course, throughout this hour. And I will now, with warm hands, give the word to the Petra Menander, who is the ambassador of Sweden to Saudi Arabia. Very welcome for the opening remarks.
Thank you, Michael. And I would just say, wow. This is the fourth time I'm at the Future Minerals Forum, and I see how it's growing every year. And I'm very proud to say that Sweden has been part of the Future Minerals Forum from the beginning, and now as partner country. And I think that's really a testament to the interest that Sweden and Saudi Arabia have jointly in the mining sector. So why are we all here then? Well, as the discussion we had yesterday at the Ministerial Roundtable showed, the race for critical minerals to power the green transition is high. Countries and regions compete to secure resources and meet demand. Without these resources, our future is very bleak. But at the same time, we also discussed the real need to ensure safe and environmentally and socially sustainable mining practices. And this is important for our planet and also for us humans, and to generate workplaces where talent wants to be. It is, however, also important in order to get the right financing for mining investments. And this may look as a massive challenge, but however, as we always say in Sweden, challenges are opportunities in disguise. So in our view, the push for green transition brings vast opportunities for companies and countries to transition their industrial and mining practices while also improving economic growth. And for some countries, replacing these legacy systems and technologies will be a challenge. But countries can leapfrog those systems and start with the best mining practices, setting them up for long-term economic security. So with this, our focus today is to share some perspectives on how and why we have come so far in transitioning our own mining sector and share an invitation to collaborate around transition elsewhere. And that's why we're here. So some background on Sweden then. Well, Sweden's mining industry is actually over 1,000 years old and continues to be a rich source of metals for the world, including Saudi and this region. Sweden also has deposits of copper, lead, zinc, and rare earth minerals that are needed for new technology and battery development. So we keep developing our own mining sector as well. But organizing resource extraction into efficient industries is part of the success story that is behind Sweden now actually being one of the wealthiest and healthiest nations in the world. And already in 1347, almost 7 centuries ago, our first mining company was established, Stora Kopparberg. And this is now the oldest company in the world. But old doesn't mean stagnant in our world. We're one of the top innovators in the world, also in mining. So today, as you saw in the video, automation and digitalization is at the heart of Sweden's mining industry, setting world-leading standards in efficiency, safety, and sustainability. And that really, really helps build attractive workplaces, even in mining. But this is also founded on our unique innovation ecosystem, where there is very close collaboration between industry, government, civil society, and research institutions and universities. This you will hear more about in a minute. But it also means that Sweden is home to some of the world's most innovative mining companies and global heavyweights working within the global arena. And they partner with mining operators and stakeholders across the value chain, delivering localized solutions, transitioning to safe and sustainable practices. And they often do so supported by the strong Swedish export finance offering. Representatives are here as well for that conversation. And most of these companies are actually here with us, here at the Future Minerals Forum, in the Swedish Pavilion, as was mentioned, and also in their own booths. So I encourage you to visit them. But soon, here on stage, we'll have a select few who will be sharing how they do this and how they look at the opportunity to increase their already ongoing collaboration and partnerships here in Saudi and beyond. That will be the highlight of my day, at least. So with this, back to you, Michael.
Big thanks to the ambassador for this very interesting and thoughtful and information about mining in Sweden. Then it's time to go more into the R&D and academia. We have with us today Hesham Ahmed, who is associate professor at one of the leading Swedish and I would say universities in Northern Europe when it comes to mining, to tell us more about their work with R&D, with educations, and also a little bit about how collaboration, innovation in mining works in Sweden and with Sweden and other countries. Please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually pleased to represent Luleå University of Technology, a leading Swedish university with a strong international profile in mining, metallurgy, and minerals. My name is Hesham Ahmed. I'm associate professor in process metallurgy, and in the next few minutes I will highlight how LTU supports the full mining value chain. So LTU was founded in 1971, strategically located in northern Sweden, close to the most important mining region in Europe. This proximity to active mines and metallurgical industries has shaped LTU into a strongly applied and industry-driven university. At LTU, we apply a holistic geometallurgical approach, linking exploration, mining, processing, metallurgy, and recycling. By integrating environmental aspects across the full value chain, we support sustainable and resilient mineral supply systems. So all major mining disciplines are integrated under one roof, from ore geology, geophysics, geochemistry, rock engineering, soil mechanics, to mineral processing and metallurgy. And this setup is unique in Sweden and rare in Europe. LTU, together with its strong collaboration across Swedish university, provide full value chain competence and enables truly interdisciplinary innovation. And for the following, the coming few slides will be a list of different divisions at the university. I will not go through them, but they will be available if you want to have this presentation afterwards. So ore geology, applied geophysics, mining and rock engineering, soil mechanics, applied geochemistry, mineral processing, and process metallurgy. So at LTU, education, research, and research infrastructure are fully integrated from bachelor to PhD level. Our students are trained in environments closely connected to real industry challenges, enabling fast and effective knowledge transfer. Our education programs are closely linked to ongoing research and industry collaboration. Our students are trained to understand the full resource and process perspective. And this is how we educate the next generation of mining and minerals experts. Also, we are involved in several fully funded EU master programs in collaboration with other universities across Europe. The field-based education at LTU gives students direct access to operating mines and real industrial challenges. And this has made LTU a central entry point to the Swedish mining industry. So most of those who work in the mining industry in Sweden graduated from LTU, or at least took some courses at LTU. So LTU connects basic research and industrial innovation through several national research platforms. So we combine applied innovation like recycling of mining residues, waste gypsum valorization, and extraction of critical raw materials, as well as like reduction, hydrogen-based reduction of iron ore for fossil-free iron making, together with the fundamental research, for example, thermodynamics, reaction kinetics, molecular chemistry, etc. So some examples of these platforms is SUN. And SUN is a strategic platform that integrates technology, society, and sustainability. It ensures that the future mineral solutions are technically sound, socially accepted, and environmentally responsible. The other one is CUM, and CUM conducts fundamental research across the entire mining value chain. It consists of two main parts: the strategic research area, which has been active since 2010, and the critical raw material initiatives, which is recently funded by the Swedish government. So to conclude, I would like to emphasize that LTU is committed to supporting sustainable and resilient mineral value chains on a global scale. We work closely with most metal and mining companies in Sweden through joint innovation and research projects, lifelong learning programs, targeted research contracts, and more. We see a strong alignment between the mission of LTU and most of the Swedish university and the objectives of this forum, and we warmly welcome collaboration with partners from Saudi Arabia and beyond across research, innovation, and education. I will now leave you with a short 2.5 minutes video that illustrates this work in practice.
Passengers on Spaceship Earth. We are all crew. Luleå University of Technology is the home of CAM, the Center of Advanced Mining and Metallurgy, created as the strategic research area of sustainable use of natural resources in 2010. Raw materials are the basis of modern life, and responsible uses of resources secures our future. As the global population grows and technologies advance, the world is in the need of more primary raw materials, leading to a simple fact: we require mining for our future. At CAM, fundamental basic research is a mission along the entire mining value chain. It starts with the early exploration of new ore deposits and progresses to detailed studies on efficient and responsible mining and mineral processing practices, all the way to environmental studies during mine closure. Our work extends beyond finding and extracting ore. It's also about crafting products that society can embrace, not only economically viable, but also forged with sustainability at their core. CAM is pioneering ways to integrate these products into a circular economy through inventive recycling strategies. At the heart of this effort is a dedicated team of researchers, collaboratively seeking solutions to establish sustainable mining operations as the long-term standard. CAM is working with stakeholders and partners around the globe, in Europe, in North and South America, in Asia, in Africa, and in Australia. Global challenges need global solutions. We know about these challenges, but those who have the privilege to know have the duty to act. So, let's work together and investigate solutions for a sustainable supply of raw materials that we all need. Basic research has the power to change the world.
Thanks for your attention.
And thank you very much to you, Hesham. And I know that Hesham will be here throughout the day, should you have any further questions to him and the Luleå Tekniska University. And now, while we are making some practical arrangements, we are preparing for the next agenda point, which will be panel discussions focusing on in mining, always very important topics of sustainability, decarbonization, and innovation. And for this, we need, of course, a knowledgeable professional panel, and luckily we do have such one. And I welcome to the stage ABB, Björn Jonsson. Please. Maria Hugosson at Sandvik, Mansour Eskandanian at Epiroc, Lame Galliani at Atlas Copco, Luciano Piccirillo at Scania, and David Rosvall at the Swedish Export Credit Agency. So, welcome to the stage. And I made a very, very quick introduction to you. So welcome, let's take a short round of introduction, a little bit about your roles in the companies, starting with you, Björn. Just to introduce yourself.
My name is Björn Jonsson. I'm a global business line manager for our mining and materials business. And ABB is a global technology leader providing automation and electrification solutions to the mining industry and, of course, many other industrial segments as well.
Hello everyone, I'm Maria Hugosson, representing Sandvik Mining and Rock Technology, and I'm the president of the Rock Tools division.
Hello everyone, my name is Mansour Eskandanian. I'm the general manager for Epiroc Middle East North Africa. We provide productivity solutions to mining and infrastructure.
Hi everyone, my name is Lame Galayini. I'm business line manager for what we call air and gas application at Atlas Copco.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Luciano Picirillo. I am the sales director for Scania Middle East, and we are responsible for the whole Middle East region and also North Africa.
Hello, my name is David Rosvall. So I'm from the government side. So I'm from EKN, the Swedish Export Credit Agency. I represent the Swedish export credit system.
So, thank you for the introductions. I will fire away with a few questions, and I hope there is also time towards the end for the audience to ask questions to the panel. So please think during the session here if you any questions or comments you have to the discussion. But I thought I would start with you, Björn. So what do you say? Are we in the world making progress when it comes to decarbonizing mineral production? What are the key trends you see there?
Yeah, so I would say that we are definitely making progress, but now is also the time to act and scale up, I would say, because technology is available. We did a global study recently where we talked to 400 leaders in the mining industry, and what we could see from that is that the companies, half of the companies say that they will undergo a significant transformation of their operations in the coming 5 years. They also said that they believe that significant decarbonization can be done with existing technology. Around 70% of the respondents said that, and that's something we very much subscribe to. So we see sustainability is happening, and there is a lot of progress around the world. One of the biggest areas right now is, of course, to electrify fossil-driven fleets and vehicles in the mining operations.
And I know you have a very widespread global global presence around the world. Are there any case examples you are working on that are extra interesting to mention about regarding this topic of sustainability, decarbonization?
Yeah, I mean, there are many, of course, Mikael, here, but I think it's one key to accelerate the adoption of technology in the industry is with collaboration. I mean, there's not a single company around the world who can create all-electric, fossil-free mining production. Even if we have been working with electrifying mine for 140 years, we cannot do it ourselves. So we have a lot of collaboration with great OEM and other technology leaders. I mean, many of them being represented here on stage, and have examples with all of them. But maybe one we had with Epiroc recently. We commissioned an underground trolley production line in one mine together with Epiroc and Boliden, and also supported by the Swedish government. And that type of trolley technology is something we see adoption of around the world. So, for instance, in Copper Mountain, we have an overhead trolley line together with Komatsu. And the interesting part there is that when we go electric, first of all, it becomes sustainable. But also we see productivity increases. The trucks are faster, and it's a better environment for the operators. So many benefits.
I understand. Thank you very much for highlighting those examples, Björn. Also turning to Maria at Sandvik, another very hot and important topic in mining is, of course, circular economy here in the region globally. And I understand that you at Sandvik and in your division, but in Sandvik as such, you have a quite interesting recycling program that is quite special. Can you tell a little bit about that program and how you're working with circularity and recycling?
Of course. I feel that when we talk about the sustainable mine of the future, we end up a lot with automation, digitalization, and electrification, rather big transitions, and which takes time and a lot of competence. So it's also important, where are we now? How do we take the big step, but how do we also innovate where we are? And that specific initiative that you were highlighting, Michael, is about the carbide extraction. So this is kind of the bottom bits or the bits we have when we hit the rock while drilling before we blast. And you have a steel body, and at the top here we have the carbides. Carbides is extremely high innovation, and we have a mix of tungsten and wolfram in the bottom bits. Scarce metals in the world, and we need to secure we recycle those, both for the sustainability point of view, but also to secure availability. So before we were kind of mechanically separating the steel body from the bottom bits, but now we have developed a new method. We can easily separate without any kind of force interaction, fully get the bottom bits left. Of course, the steel we don't want to transport across the world. The steel should be recycled as close to where they are used. But the bottom bits, of course, we want them back. Before, we were able to get them back, and we could use them for the lower alloyed steel grades. But now we can separate them fully down to atoms. We can build them again to the most advanced steels, really built up for what rock conditions we have, and then we can use them over and over and over again. So my message here is that innovation, advancing the world through engineering, is really how we make a difference in the mining world, working together and find new innovations in all type of areas.
Thank you very much. Very, very important area. You have come pretty far, obviously, already. An additional question, looking at sustainability and innovation in an even broader concept, in context and perspective. Are there any, and I know you're working with a lot of projects and initiatives, are there any global or regional projects or initiatives you're working on that you would like to mention or are relevant for this region?
But I also feel innovation is taking place centrally, and then we execute business locally. So if we talk about Saudi going forward as well, where we are strengthening our presence and working close with the mining companies and contractors in the region, this also opens up good opportunities when we have like this. We can do the resharpening, we can do the extracting, we do it locally. It creates working, more work locally, and delivering excellent service together with our customers, working together at the mine sites, driving electrification, automation, digitalization, but also these type of kind of hands-on support as we operate is key. So this is of course what we also invest in together with customers going forward, and also critical to drive local presence in Saudi Arabia going forward.
Thank you very much. We also have another prominent player, Epiroc, here on the stage. And we all know that Saudi Arabia is moving very fastly ahead when it comes to mining, very ambitious growth plans and plans for the mining industry. How would you say, how are you and can you contribute to the key objectives and trends that we have here in Saudi Arabia at Epiroc?
Yeah. We are pretty much at the start of the journey with this massive mining development plan. And as we see the exploration activities ramped up rapidly the last 2 years, we are still a couple of years away before the greenfield projects kick in. And this gives us a unique opportunity now to actually plan for these mines as the mine of future, with sustainability, productivity, and safety in mind. Epiroc, we have been in the market for a long time, supporting the mining industry already, but this is a good opportunity. We are very well positioned to collaborate together and prepare for this sustainable mine of future coming. That's what we do. We help transform the market, accelerate transformation. And that is with the equipment, productive equipment, with automation, with electrification. It's with the processes where we have been investing, and we offer now solutions that are optimizing end-to-end process in the mine. and but also very important is to develop and be ready with develop the competencies that is needed with the people, with the human resources that is needed to actually operate the mine. So that is basically to help creating the complete ecosystem for that.
So yes, I understand. So you're still a little bit on early stage of the journey here in the region, and to some extent Saudi is also in the starting point of the journey, and there's a lot of exploration activities going here. Here you have a lot of projects. How are you working in this field at Epiroc with supporting in exploration?
Yeah, this is also coming very rapid. There's obviously availability of the machines, and then productivity, very important for them to reach the capacity they need. But we also see that there's more requests coming in about automation and about connectivity, safety. So in short, productivity, automation, and training.
Very well. Thank you to Epiroc. Moving over to Atlas Copco then. I'm going in order here, as you see. And another important subtopic when it comes to mining and also other industries, of course, energy efficiency. And you speak a lot around, there's a lot of talks about supporting to reach the sustainability goals of different companies and clients, but also, how do you work to ensure energy efficient technologies to practically enable sustainable industrial growth, rather than just focusing on the goals themselves, more on the practical level?
Yes, Michael. Sustainable growth is basically growing production without growing energy use at the same pace. Energy efficiency is often missed because it's invisible. No one can see it. Whereas reliability takes most of the attention because they know how long this equipment or product is going to last. So utilities such as air and gas, they consume a lot of power in the background, but they're usually taken for granted. So improving efficiency at a system level and equipment level would free energy, reduce operation costs, increase or improve reliability, and enabling a growth that is both sustainable and economically viable.
And you already touched a little bit about system level thinking, but what role does system level thinking in mining play in improving sustainability compared to focusing only on individual equipment?
That's a great point, Michael.
That, approach here.
That's a great point. So focusing on individual equipment efficiency only captures part of the sustainability impact or goal that you want to achieve. In reality, energy losses, they happen at a system level, not only on an individual equipment level, usually through pressure drops or leaks or maybe poor control strategies. Most of the times what we see, especially in this region, it's a mismatch between demand and supply. This is where actually Atlas Copco comes in. When we focus on a system level, or when we follow a system level thinking, we definitely achieve a more sustainable system, and we save a lot of energy, which achieves our goal.
Yeah, it's an interesting aspect. Thank you for reasoning around it. And if you have anyone to fill in, please maybe welcome to raise your hand if you want to fill in some of when we go now around the table. Another guest here, another company here we have in the panel is Scania. You also work, also very devoted, I know, to energy efficiency, and both when it comes to battery electric and also when it comes to renewables and alternative fuels. Can you tell a little bit about what you are working on here in this respect in Scania, globally, in the region?
Yes, of course. I think at Scania we probably have the broadest portfolio for alternative fuels. But I can start with the current engine platform. That's Scania Super. That's the most fuel efficiency that we can offer all around the world, worldwide, Euro 3 to Euro 6. And also our combustion engine platform is prepared to work for biodiesel, 100% of biodiesel. Scania also, we have gas and biogas engine. It's a specific engine for gas. And also we have the battery electric vehicles, BEV. Then you can provide for the distribution, on-road trucks, and also off-road trucks, including mining. But actually, sustainable, it's not only the hardware, I mean, not only the truck itself. We have to have the correct specification. And then our modular system allows us to customize and build the correct truck, because each operation is unique. But then after that, we have services. It's not only sell parts, but digitalization, when we can manage every single truck and every single driver to get from them the best performance. Then you can have a very sustainable operation.
I understand it's a lot more to it than just the truck in itself.
Yes.
Kind of comprehensive solution that you do.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to Scania and your work with innovation around the globe, can you give us any examples of new projects and innovations that you work on globally?
Yeah, I think I can bring two very good examples. One is from South America, in Brazil, when they are taking biogas from this sanitary landfill and filling the trucks with biogas. Then you can reduce up to 90% of CO2. And also, I will take a mining example in Australia, when we have a full autonomy operation with Scania trucks, and now we are introducing electric trucks in this operation. So technology, sustainability, working together.
You do have some interesting innovations coming up.
Sure,
I see.
sure.
Maybe if I can fill in, I think what is important when we talk about sustainability is that normally we talk around, can we afford sustainability? It's costful, it's big investments. I think we need to challenge innovation, and productivity is needed in the business, and productivity and sustainability goes hand in hand. And I don't think we need to kind of believe that sustainability will cost more money. We need sustainability for the world and for the future, but I think we can also challenge the way we innovate to really have, productivity goes hand in hand with sustainability, and we can do it in really putting cost in mind, and innovation will make the difference, and collaboration not least.
Thank you very much for that comment, and to Scania. Another very important aspect when it comes to mining and to implement mining project is the financing part. And we are also represented here by the Swedish Export Credit Agency, EKN, and you are working with financing in mining and other areas. Can you tell a little bit about how you work and how the solutions and portfolio look like that you work with?
No.
That's not working.
Yes, my name is David Rosvall. So I'm from EKN, the Swedish Export Credit Agency, and I think it's quite obvious. I think we have the proof here that Swedish suppliers are really paving the way when it comes to new technology in mining. Talking about electrification, automatization, digitalization. But what I think many people don't realize really is that with Swedish suppliers also comes maybe the world's best support when it comes to financing from the official side. So I'm from EKN, so we are government authorities. We provide AAA rated guarantees of non-payment related to financing of Swedish equipment. And we're also joined by SCK that can provide also funding to very attractive conditions as well. So you can get essentially in mining the best equipment, the most modern equipment from Swedish suppliers. But on top of that, you can also have a great support from the official side when it comes to financing and guarantees and funding from EKN and SEK. And together, EKN and SEK is a very attractive package. And we have a long track record of working with many banks, for instance.
And maybe if you can elaborate a bit more about how you particularly work in the mining field, and if any projects here in this region you work with or elsewhere.
I think one takeaway from these days is that, I mean, there's a lot of new projects going on. As you understand, there is a boom in the mining sector. But still, even if you have a great asset, you have a great high-quality asset, you have great personnel skill and everything looks great, it can be difficult to attract international capital sometimes, because there is some kind of aversion from banks when it comes to a new mining project sometimes. And that is where I think specifically for mining we can have an important role to play, that we can share the risk with the bank, providing financing to the project, which makes the risk acceptable for the bank, attracts more capital, more banks want to be involved. Just to mention one example, both we and SEK have been involved in extremely high-risk contexts, like Democratic Republic of Congo, for instance. Very challenging political risks, high environmental and sustainability risks. But we have this experience of working with these kinds of projects. We work closely with the project and the bank, and thanks to our assistance, we have made this financing possible, which also leads to Swedish suppliers, of course. The Swedish supplies being done. And also to add that we can also now be involved when there's a Swedish off-taker of raw material. So if there's a Swedish off-taker of copper, let's say for instance, that would allow the Swedish government, EKN, to be involved and share the risk with the financing bank as well. There's some examples of mining specifically where we have an important role, I would say.
Definitely, and thank you for sharing. And thank you to the whole panel for sharing different insights and thoughts during this session. And I know you're very knowledgeable in this field, and we could sit here and talk for hours, I guess. And we are approaching soon the end of this session. Just looking around the audience also, I wanted to give the opportunity, if there is any question or comment to the panel, you're free to raise. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. With Sweden providing about half of the new innovations in underground mining in the entire world, which is absolutely amazing, and being very international in nature, the financial question of assessing supply chain resilience risk is a very fast-moving picture. And my question is to David, do you have a live wire to do pre-planning intelligence provision rather than having companies make their decisions and then come to you for risk coverage? Thank you.
Who is eager to take that question?
No, you should.
Yeah.
I think it was first.
No, it's a good question. I think, overall there is still, even if it's great projects, there is a booming industry, obviously mining. There is still some aversion when it comes to financing. And that is when it's so good to partner up with partners like EKN, because we can share the risk. And depending on what kind of risk, we reduces the overall risk of the project, let's say, which attracts more capital in banks. Just one thing to add as well. We have so many, as we mentioned, there's so many Swedish companies now in the mining field. So one really good thing with the Swedish alternative is that you can build a big package of Swedish equipment. And why that is important is because then you can get a big loan amount, and that would attract many more banks to be involved. And on top of that, you can have the EKN guarantee, for instance. So maybe that's partly the answer to your question.
And if I can add very quickly comment, at Scania we also have our financial services that we can build the complete financial solution for the customers. So it's available worldwide.
And that's also the case for Sandvik. We also have our financial services. So in particular for startups, big opportunity contracts. We are together with EKN also working to support financing of project, of course, after thorough investigations, but key important part of our portfolio as well to support the growing market.
Okay, looking at the audience, if any further questions or comments? I have a...
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I'm learning a lot. I have a question, which is something that actually came up a lot yesterday at the ministerial roundtable. This thing of actually having the youth and the talented youth working in mines and the mining industry, which might be a challenge to overcome, particularly when you develop new mining industry where you don't have the traditions. This, of course, is about training, but it's also about building attractive workplaces. I'm thinking it would be interesting to see, how do you feel that from your company perspective, how do you contribute to that in a new mining operation? I think Luciano, you were touching on it, but is there somebody else who would like to pick up on that one?
Yeah, I can start, and I think first of all, when we deploy a lot of new technology in the mining industry, it's a good way of attracting younger talent, and we could also have new workplaces which are more modern and make it more attractive. Then I also think the mining industry itself, with the importance of the sustainability transition of society and the sustainability transition happening in mining, is a big increased attractiveness of the mining industry overall. I think for us, if we have a bit of a local perspective here in Saudi Arabia, we are this year launching a training academy here, so opening up a training academy to train our partners and our customers, and also our own new employees to accelerate technology adoption. So that's one example.
And I can also highlight an example from Tanzania and Zambia in Africa, where we are lacking competence as well. Difficult to get people in, and we also see key people leaving Africa for opportunities abroad. So there we have set up a mining school that Sandvik is facilitating, where we are cooperating with the mining companies, and they even, so we kind of found, we set up the training program where we all play the different roles. We can allocate resources to different, what is going to Sandvik, what is going to the mining houses, and how do we jointly build the competence for the future, also adapting to like, okay, what is sustainability, electrification, what is that leading to, and what are the people we are getting in, and how do we design the programs for the future as well. So competence is key, and I think working together as well and painting a new picture of how mining maybe have been perceived from the past is extremely crucial to secure the competence for the future.
I can add also, I agree. I touched that this preparation for the miner future, part of it is about the competence development. And digitalization has the two angles. From one side is the efficiency and then sustainability, but the other side is it's more attractive to the young generation, and as it also is a better workplace, simpler. So it's coming all together, as you mentioned, sustainability and productivity working hand in hand.
Absolutely. Great points. I don't think I can add anything except that I believe we need to trigger the passion inside this new generation or new engineers, right? And in order to do that, there are two main pillars. One is to make them feel comfortable when they're dealing with mining projects or mining innovations, and we can do that by providing enough training for them to feel confident working in this field. And then the second thing, which is very important, is to let them feel that they're making a difference. And I believe we all talked about this, sustainability and sustainability growth and innovation and making it more efficient. And I believe that's what matters the most to people who just graduated and are looking for a job. They want to make a difference. They want to see results at the end. And I believe that's a great way to do that.
I think we have to take the best use of technology. We are now facing AI, and I'm sure that will impact our business, our industry directly. And we cannot never forget that everything starts and end up with people. So we need to involve them. We need to involve people.
So I think, unless there is any final question, I think it's about time to round up this session. So thank you very much to the panel for your wise insights and comments, also to the audience for staying around and listening. We look forward to continuing the discussions throughout the fair. At the Swedish Trade Council, we are represented. We have a team here in Saudi, represented by Nebe, who is sitting here in the audience. Should you have any questions about Sweden to us? And we will also soon inaugurate our Swedish pavilion right after this event. So very welcome to visit us there as well and continue the discussions. So thank you very much for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We will start shortly the KSA's country showcase. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to KSA's Country Showcase. First, I'd like to thank you all for your time and presence. My name is Mish'al Abu Smeh, and I will be your host for today's session. We are gathered here today to explore the opportunities and fast-growing in mining and mineral sector, as well as the Mining Infrastructure Enablement Initiative announced today by His Excellency Bandar Al Khraif. We will also highlight the investment services to support investors and provide an overview of the regional headquarter program offered by the Ministry of Investment. Ladies and gentlemen, to set the stage for today's discussion, please join me in welcoming Mr. Khalid Al Khossan, General Manager of Metallic Industries Development. Please, Mr. Khalid.
Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the Saudi Mining Showcase at the 5th Future Minerals Forum 2026. We're here to explore the opportunities in Saudi Arabia's mining sector, a sector that's built on a strong and reliable regulatory framework, streamlined permitting processes, competitive incentives, and world-class infrastructure. The launch of Vision 2030 in 2016 highlighted the mining sector to be the third pillar of our economy. That's when the ministry launched its mining strategy, setting the pace for its growth through sweeping reforms under the comprehensive mining and mineral strategy. The sector has become an attractive destination as recognized by leading research institutes. The Fraser Institute annual survey report shows a historic leap in the Mining Investment Attractiveness Index, jumping from the 104th position to the 23rd globally over the past decade. The World Risk Report 2023, featuring Mining Hut, ranked Saudi Arabia the fastest improving country in its investment environment between 2018 and 2023, placing the kingdom second globally for permitting efficiency among the top 10 jurisdictions for mining fiscal policies. These rankings are proof that the sector is growing with purpose and ambition. An ambition that to become a reliable mineral processing hub backed by competitive advantages, including a strategic location offering commercial access to 3 continents, Asia, Africa, and Europe. The kingdom also boasts a robust mine-to-market infrastructure, including 42 industrial cities, 13 international and 15 domestic airports, and 13 global trade passing through the Red Sea. We are truly a plug-and-play destination for business and for investors. We are committed to positioning the sector for competitiveness. This is why the Ministry, in collaboration with the Saudi Industrial City and Technology Zones Authority, MUDUN, launched the Mining Infrastructure Enablement Initiative here at the FMF 2026 to directly address last-mile infrastructure gaps. This initiative will provide support for energy and water, and as it progresses, it will support transportation, logistics, and other infrastructure needs. The kingdom positioned itself among leaders in the sector, but we want to go further with partners and investors who share our values and our belief to play a role in the global supply chain. Let me take a moment to briefly outline what you can expect from the showcase. We have mining opportunities in the first stage, and then we'll move on to the mining industries sector, after which you'll hear from Misa about our investment environment and our RHQ program. Thank you, and I hope that at the end of this showcase, you'll be inspired and encouraged to partner and innovate with us in building an integrated mining sector that delivers impact not just for Saudi, but also for the world. Thank you. Now I present Dalia, who will present the mining sector.
Thank you, Khalid, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dalia Al-Zawad, the Mining Belt Tender Section Head at the Ministry. It's my pleasure to be here today. I'm looking forward to sharing how Saudi Arabia is unlocking the next global frontier for mineral discovery and what this means for explorers and investors today. I'll walk you through 5 things during this presentation. I'll start by explaining why Saudi has become such a compelling destination for mineral exploration. Second, the scale and quality of the geological opportunities. Third, how companies can access ground through 2 exploration routes. Fourth, how the government is actively de-risking exploration through financial enablement. And finally, what's coming next in 2026 and how you can participate. Let's move on to our first section. Mining is a national priority under Vision 2030 and has formally positioned as the kingdom's 3rd pillar of economic diversification, alongside oil and petrochemicals and manufacturing. The sector is targeting a $45 billion contribution to GDP 2030, supported by strong and growing domestic demand from giga projects, infrastructure development, and downstream industries. This creates built-in local market that underpins long-term growth. From a resource perspective, Saudi Arabia hosts an estimated $2.5 trillion in untapped mineral wealth, much of it located in Arabian Shield, a vast and largely underexplored geological province with Tier 1 gold and copper potential. Importantly, this opportunity is no longer theoretical. Leading global mining companies are already entering the market, investing capital, securing licenses, and establishing a presence, demonstrating strong confidence in the direction of the sector. For investors and explorers, this translates into 4 clear advantages. First, a predictable multi-year licensing pipeline, with large-scale rounds announced well in advance. Second, high geological prospectivity with proven mineral systems and significant discovery headrooms. Third, de-risking investments, supported by government incentives, highly quality geological data, and exploration enablement programs. And finally, a transparent and well-defined regulatory framework with clear rules governing each stage of the license lifecycle. This slide captures the journey. In 2013, Saudi Arabia ranked 104th globally for mining investment attractiveness. Since then, the kingdom launched Vision 2030, defined a mining strategy, modernized mining law, digitized licensing, built national geological data platforms, and introduced competitive tender rounds. Today, Saudi Arabia ranks 23rd globally in the Fraser Institute's Mining Investment Attractiveness Index, a clear demonstration of progress. Since the new mining law, exploration spending has grown at around 50% annually, with exploration spend intensity and the number of licenses issued both increasing fivefold. Together, these reforms have already helped attract $45 billion in mining investments, confirming that Saudi Arabia is rapidly becoming one of the world's most competitive and investable mining jurisdictions. Now let's move on to the geological opportunities. The Arabian Shield is comparable in scale to Australia's Yilgarn-Carlton, one of the world's most productive mineral provinces. The difference is maturity. The Yilgarn is highly explored, while the Arabian Shield remains underexplored, creating substantial headroom for new discoveries across gold, copper, and VMS systems. This slide highlights the scale of Saudi Arabia's untapped mineral wealth, estimated at around $2.5 trillion. This includes major value in phosphate, roughly at $1.3 trillion, gold and zinc at over $300 billion each, and copper at around $86 billion, alongside iron, niobium, titanium, and industrial minerals. What stands out is that many deposits typically seen in mature mining jurisdictions are still missing here, indicating significant underexplored sites. Combined with proven systems like Mansoura Masarra and Jebel Sayed, this creates a rare opportunity for large-scale new opportunities. To unlock this potential, the government invested heavily in pre-competitive data. Between 2021 and 2024, Saudi Arabia invested $347 million in its regional geosciences programs, making it one of the largest publicly funded geoscience initiatives in the world. From 2020 to 2024, total exploration spending reached about $655 million, and nearly 80% of this came from private companies, with government funding supporting and enabling activities. Exploration spending has increased each year, and more land is now under active exploration. Most importantly, about 70% of the spending is focused on early-stage exploration. These efforts are already delivering results. New discoveries such as Jebel Kitman and Jebel Garn shows strong gold intercepts and advancing resource definitions. Other prospects across gold, copper, and rare earth are progressing through drilling and geophysics, confirming the effectiveness of the exploration framework. This growth is supported by a rapidly maturing mining services ecosystems. Demand is increasing across drilling, laboratories, geophysics, consulting, and operational services. The mining services market is already valued at $1 to $1.5 billion and will continue to grow through. So how can companies access these opportunities? There are two entry routes. The direct applications route is first come, first served, open a year-round and allows Saudi-registered companies to select areas directly through the National Geological Database with full data access. The tender application route is merit-based and competitive, offering the most prospective data-rich sites. These sites are pre-cleared, have direct land access, and companies can apply even before local incorporations. Importantly, the tender journey has scaled significantly over time, from early rounds offering small areas to recent round delivering large belt scale opportunities with higher data readiness and stronger spend commitments. The evolution reflects increasing market maturity and investor confidence, with rounds 11,000 square kilometers planned for 2026 alone. This slide shows why Round 9 was such an important milestone for Saudi Arabia's mining sector. Round 9 attracted 24 successful companies, spanning major, mid-tier, and junior explorers from all over the world, demonstrating broad international interest. Together, these companies committed 671 million in Saudi riyals, exploration spending over 2 years. A total of 14,500 square kilometers was awarded, representing a strong outcomes for large-scale competitive rounds. To support this, let's look at how we reduce exploration risk. The Exploration Enablement Program was launched to directly de-risk early-stage mineral exploration and accelerate discovery in the kingdom. The program is backed by 685 million Saudi riyals, designed to unlock geological knowledge and support greenfield exploration. It reimburses up to 25% of eligible exploration costs, including drilling, laboratory, testing, and geoscientific studies, with a cap of around 4 million Saudi riyals per license. In addition, the technical work places strong emphasis on capability and talent development. The program supports up to 15% of salary costs for highly skilled experts and up to 70% of local salary costs, helping companies build sustainable teams on the ground. Eligibility is focused on active exploration licenses, exploring Class A minerals such as gold, copper, lithium, and nickel, and companies with proven technical expertise and local commitments. The program has scaled rapidly. It is in its second wave. Participation doubled and proposed exploration budgets nearly tripled. By 2030, the program will add approximately 685 million Saudi riyals worth of new exploration data to the National Geological Database. Looking ahead, here's what's coming next. Between 2026 and 2027, Saudi Arabia will offer 17 highly prospective mineral belts covering around 68,000 square kilometers. These belts are rich in gold, copper, and base metals, and are offered through a transparent, competitive tender process with clear eligibility requirements. This represents a rare opportunity to access large belt-scale exploration ground under a predictable and well-structured licensing framework. Round 11 represents a special licensing round focused on more matured advanced exploration sites. It offers 8 sites totaling approximately 1,878 square kilometers, covering commodities including gold, silver, and iron across several regions. What differentiates Round 11 is the level of data readiness. These sites have benefited from prior exploration, including drilling, geophysics, and geochemistry, allowing successful bidders to move quickly into advanced exploration and resource definitions. The round is currently open, with the pre-qualification process underway, providing companies with an immediate opportunity to enter Saudi exploration markets through high-confidence assets. This slide highlights Bil'an Samr al-Har, one of the most advanced sites offered in Round 11. It is a gold-copper prospect located within the Hayel terrain, with advanced exploration completed between 2024 and 2025. To date, the site has completed 24 diamond drill holes, totaling nearly 3,000 meters, along with trenching, geochemical sampling, and IP geophysics. An exploration target has been defined, with encouraging grades and intercepts, and all work has been complied into a JOR-compliant independent technical report, with created core available in the National Core Library. Thank you for your time and attention. If you're interested in participating in Round 11, please scan the QR code on the screen to access the pre-qualification portal. Our team is available to discuss this opportunity further. We look forward to engaging with you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mohammed Sayari. I'm the Mining Industries Development Specialist in the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. And following the discussion by my colleague Dalia on the upstream and exploration sector, my presentation will focus mainly on the industrial sector of Saudi Arabia and the opportunities associated with it. So before we dive deeper into the kingdom's mining and industry sector, it's worth to stop to recognize the global fundamental shifts that is taking place and that will weigh heavily on our industry. For example, if we look at the energy transition and decarbonization and how reliant on lithium, rare earth, and other critical mineral it is, we can see that the demand will multiply in multiple value chains, and this is in parallel to other fundamental trends such as the digitalization and the urbanization and the associated infrastructure development that is taking place. All of these will weigh heavily on the supply chains of minerals, and the important takeaway here is that we at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are at the heart of these mega trends in light of our Vision 2030, and therefore the demand would also grow in the kingdom. So in light of these mega trends, the kingdom have launched its mining strategy back in 2017 as the first sectorial strategy for the mining sector. The aim or the vision then was to develop the mineral value chain, leveraging KSA rich mineral endowment and the domestic demand, and targeting basically creating growth engines beyond oil and gas and improving the kingdom's current account balance. And since then, the strategy have progressed significantly and have achieved on the exploration side, as you heard from my colleague Dalia, significant improvement, but also economically on the investment side, the GDP contribution of the sector have almost doubled between 2017 until now.
The exports of the sector products have increased by 80%. We, in collaboration with our private sector partners, have built a very robust pipeline of strategic projects worth more than 180 billion Saudi riyals, and also the capital formation in the sector have tripled. This significant progress basically provides the base for our future development. So looking to the future, the vision of the kingdom is not only to capitalize on the mineral endowment, but also to become a top 10 global mineral processing hub, basically to catalyze its industrial development and strategic exports. The primary objectives for the kingdom is to accelerate the development of the mineral endowment and the international investments, and also to enable the national strategies such as the National Industrial Strategy, the Renewable Energy Strategy, as well as the Giga projects in the kingdom, and also to build a globally very competitive and strong position in strategic mineral value chains, and finally also to maximize the multiplier effect through developing an ecosystem of services and vibrant products. We have also identified the key mineral value chains that we aim to develop in the kingdom, as you can see here, including in steel, aluminum, and phosphate, which we already have a strong position on, but also we are focusing on expanding our position in critical and strategic minerals such as battery materials, specialty metals, and also building materials, capitalizing basically on the strong position that the kingdom have in the through its mineral endowment, its strong infrastructure, and also the well-developed financing ecosystem that it has among other enablers. The kingdom is not new, and it's not starting from scratch in the mining industries. It have, throughout its history, developed a very strong position in multiple value chains by developing a competitive and integrated value chain. So if we look at, for example, the phosphate industry, we are the 4th largest producer of phosphates globally, and the phosphate sector already contributes about 15 billion Saudi riyals in the sector. And also in the titanium, we are the 5th largest producer of titanium sponge, and among the largest providers of aerospace grade titanium. And also the kingdom has a very strong history at developing private investment and domestic investments, and attracting international investments, as you can see from the sample of key players in the sector. So going forward, the kingdom's economic and industrial ambitions will further drive the sector development and will create a lot of demand going ahead. For example, if we look at the localization targets, the kingdom is going to have a manufacturing capacity of 320,000 cars or electric vehicles by 2030. The renewable energy targets includes 130 gigawatt of renewable capacity. The energy storage targets also include, for example, 48 gigawatt hour by 2030. And in addition to the giga projects worth more than 1 trillion USD, these will weigh heavily on the demand of the minerals that we have identified as strategic and critical to the kingdom. For example, if we look at the steel demand, it will grow by more than 9 million tons by 2040. The aluminum also will increase by 50%. So the idea here is that there will be a significant demand driven by the national strategies in the industrial sector. We have already identified, as we said, the priority mineral value chains that we aim to develop, and we are including very specific segment strategies within each value chain. For example, in the steel, we capitalizing on the significant demand that will take place in the kingdom. We are targeting expanding our steel midstream processing, including in DRI, HRC, and CRC, and also future green steel exports. In the phosphate, for example, we aim to capitalize on our mineral endowment to diversify the applications of phosphate in the kingdom, including the introduction of new applications such as specialty chemicals and yellow phosphorus derivatives. And we have identified throughout these value chains opportunities for investors that we are ready to work with our partners to develop. The kingdom, on the reason why would you invest in the mineral or the mining industry sector of Saudi Arabia, there are plenty of reasons that we capitalize on. And as we said, for example, the kingdom has a very strong and a very unique geopolitical position among nations globally. We have a very strategic location residing between the major supply centers and the major demand centers. We have a very strong financing capacity and investment attraction experience. We also have land and resources availability. We also are proud of our world-class infrastructure and logistics network in the kingdom, and also very competitive industrial inputs, including, for example, the energy costs. Here is a snapshot of the industrial infrastructure of the kingdom. We have more than 40 industrial zones spread across the kingdom, and these are well connected with world-class logistics hubs, including ports, airports, and road networks. So these cities are managed by two entities within the kingdom: the Royal Commission for Jubail and Yanbu, managing the heavy industries industrial zone, and the Mudun Authority, who's overseeing more than 36 cities across the kingdom, primarily focusing on light industries. And all of these cities are well equipped with strong infrastructure availability and utility costs. The kingdom also has multiple national programs already in place to support the development of investments within the kingdom. For example, we have off-the-shelf incentives applicable to all investments, including the Saudi Industrial Development Fund, providing very competitive loan rates for industrial projects. The Human Resources Development Fund providing salary coverage for industrial projects. We also have a dedicated entity providing specific and targeted incentives for unique projects, providing a strong economic impact to the kingdom, called the National Incentive Committee. We, for example, have launched specific and time-bound programs like the National or the Standard Incentive Program, providing grants of up to 35% of project costs for projects that introduce a new products to the kingdom, among others like Sharik, like the Sharik program. And we will also hear from my colleague Abdulaziz on a very specific infrastructure development program later on the session. So thank you very much for listening. Here is some of the important links that will guide you through your investment in the industrial or mining investment sector, including the website of the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, the Invest Saudi, which provide very details on the target opportunities within the kingdom, and finally the Dalil program, which provides a holistic investor journey for investor to guide them throughout their investments. Thank you very much. And
yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to be here to detail one of the initiatives that were announced today, this morning, by His Excellency Minister Al Khuraif during his keynote speech about the mining enablement initiative, infrastructure initiative. So today, the mining sector is growing at an unprecedented pace with hundreds of exploration licenses, with tens and tens of active mining licenses. All these projects would require infrastructure, and that infrastructure is crucial to their operation and has the highest impact on their project financials. Sometimes it will reach more than 25% of the total project capex. So as a government, the role for us to step in and to enable that infrastructure for remote areas has become very crucial. It will enable private capital. It will accelerate the development of these mines. And today at the ministry, we are announcing this initiative also in response to different support requests that we have received in the past. With our partners at Mudun, we are launching the initiative today with three main objectives. First one is to increase the production of high-value minerals. These minerals are very crucial to enable the national strategies, the mineral and metallic industries. It's also very important that because it will accelerate the investment decisions for these mining projects, as well as generate social impact for the surrounding communities. Today, we are focusing on two main parts of the infrastructure, which are the energy and water, since they have the highest impact on the project financials and since they pose very important factors for the operation of these mines. What we do at the initiative, we will aggregate the demand for infrastructure for a specific mine and the surrounding licenses, in addition to any social, agricultural, municipal needs that are required in the region. We will support also with linking the project developers with the ecosystem at these infrastructure categories, and will also generate the required demand. The impact that we expect to see is a faster rollout of mining projects, major cost saving on infrastructure cost for developing the infrastructure. We also expect to see efficiency for using that infrastructure. Instead of going to a certain single project, it will serve different industries. And also, we will always allocate additional capacities for the surrounding communities. The focus today under the energy infrastructure will be for the high voltage overhead transmission lines, in addition to the substations, the transmission substations, the branch lines that are from the transmission substation to the border of the mining license, a natural gas pipeline if they are required within the mining areas, and also we will support, if the infrastructure is not economical, we will support the development of a captive power, be it for fuel, renewable, or a hybrid of both solutions. In terms of water, we will develop the main pipelines, the branch pipelines, and also any storage facilities required for the mining areas. Today we have a very clear process to apply. We are targeting mining license holders, and also if you are applying for a mining license where you have reached a certain feasibility access or knowledge about your feasibility, knowledge about your infrastructure, some conceptual designs. Also, if you are in a remote area where the infrastructure is mostly required, this is what we are targeting. You can go ahead and visit the website to know more about it. Go ahead and fill up the form. and attach your documents. We will get back to you with a few questions. And also today, I'm very glad also to show one of our pilot projects, which is in Jabal Sayed region, one of the most prominent mining belts with a couple of active mining licenses and massive exploration activities. This is related to gold, copper, rare earth elements, many strategic projects in that area. Today, the treated water is being trucked from Medina around 200 kilometers with a very high cost and very high risk on road safety, etc. And we are stepping in to complete an infrastructure project for a shared use pipeline where the treated water would serve the mining projects, the municipal requirements, and also the agricultural requirements in the region. This would lead to a massive reduction of cost by over 60%. This an emission reduction of CO2 equivalent of up to 4 million tons. We will replace or displace 11 million barrels of oil equivalent. This is from the displacement of diesel or trucking, the diesel used for trucking by the water pipeline. And also we will allocate again 25% of the infrastructure capacity for the social use. Without further ado, I would invite you all to visit. If these criteria apply to you, go ahead and apply. We will be happy to answer your questions offline or visit our booth at the Ministry of Industry and Human Resources. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dalia, Muhammad, and Abdul Aziz for the valuable insights. We will now move to the next part of our program, featuring an overview of investment services, regional headquarter program, and success story. I would like now to invite Ms. Ghada Hayat from the Ministry of Investment to the stage, please.
Thank you, Mr. So to start, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ghada Hayat. I'm a Senior Large Investor Relationship Manager at the Ministry of Investment, and I will be giving a brief on how the Ministry can support you to establish your business and even grow them in the country. Okay, so how do we support investors? The Ministry of Investment support spans across all over the investor journey, which we have divided into 3 main stages. The first one is starting from the very early step of the investor where they have the interest to invest in Saudi Arabia. We start by providing them with the market data that they need and knowing and exploring the opportunities that are related to their field, as well as connect them with our experts who oversee the development of the ecosystem of that specific sector at the Ministry of Investment. And once the company is ready to have their license and establish their business, we carry on them for the next phase of the registration, where we help them to register not only with the Ministry of Investment, but also with other government entities that are related to their journey. And finally, when the company is fully operated, we support them with the expansion, where we continue the communication with the company to ensure that there is no obstacle that they are facing in their operation. And as part of the support that the Ministry has provided to the investors and easing the investor journey, the Ministry has launched a new investment law starting February in 2025. and the law provides more clarity in terms of the registration and more easing of the process in terms of unifying the registration itself into one unified certificate instead of more than one license. And of course, it promotes the investors' rights and streamlines the overall process. So to show the difference the new law brings to the companies, the first half of the slide shows you the previous licenses that we used to require. So if an example, if a company practices more than category, for example, trading, industrial, and services, they will need to have a separate license for each one of that. But the new laws allow them to combine all of these sectors under one unified registration, with, of course, few exceptions to either programs that are linked to specific incentives, such as the regional headquarters, or activities that are different in nature, such as the entrepreneur or the technical and scientific offices. And to translate this in terms of the actual registration, this shows you the registration map that each company goes through when they have their businesses. It starts with having a MISA registration, which can be done through our online portal. And as the ministry, we will help you to identify all the regulations and all the requirements that are needed to obtain this certificate. And following the Ministry of Investment certificate will be your ID to continue the registration with other government entities like the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of Human Resources, the Tax Authority, GOSI file, as well as registering with other government entities, such as for the mining that are restricted or that needs a special approval. So once the entity is established, they will gain access to the different services that the ministry provides, such as invitation to our annual workshops that are held for any new updates, whether in the system or whether in the other laws or within the sector itself. And in addition to that, we provide ongoing consultation services for companies to know about the regulations and to know even about the expansion plans that the opportunities offer for them. And in addition to dedicating an account manager or a relationship manager for the company to ensure that all their questions are answered and they are supported within the ministry, or even if they need support from any government entity as well. And finally, we have the investor support team, who will be the workforce for the company for any challenge they are facing to ensure that they are operating smoothly, of course. So all of this is provided through our multiple channels. We have the one-stop shop that is located at the Ministry of Investment. It has most of the government entities that the company need to register their business as well as operate in their daily requests. And we have, of course, the e-platform, which is the Invest Saudi. And it has all of the investment opportunities already posted, where the company can navigate through it and see the opportunity that are suitable for them, and they can connect directly with our sector heads. And finally, we have our contact center for any inquiries or any challenge. And thank you all. My colleague Abdulaziz, the head of RSQ Attraction, will explain more about the RSQ program.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to be here. It's a pleasure to be with you here today at this stage, and special thanks to our colleague at the Ministry of Industry for this opportunity. Today I'm going to speak about a very unique program, a quite huge program actually, that could be your path to enter Saudi and to capitalize on the investment opportunity mentioned by our respected speakers. The regional headquarter program is targeting multinational company to enter this market to operate and manage all of the opportunities, all of the ongoing business and operation. And it's actually considered one of the key initiatives for the 2030 vision, a vision that's aimed to develop and diversify this economy. A bit of history about the program. The program was introduced in 2021, and it's currently managed by the Ministry of Investment in collaboration with RCRC, the Royal Commission for Riyadh City. The program has a clear mandate, which is transforming Saudi into a leading global hub for business and investment opportunity. And the direction for this program is to regulate the of government entity with multinational companies. So in order to have this privilege of participating in government tenders or projects, you need to show a proof of the regional headquarter license. But of course, this is not the only advantage or the value proposition that comes with this program. No, the program offers much more than that. The program comes with its own tailor-made incentive that not only focus on the business side, but relates to different aspects as well. Here in this slide, I'll be focusing on the consideration for the regional headquarter program. I will highlight some of these considerations, starting with that the RHQ shall be registered either as a branch of a foreign company or a limited liability company in Saudi. The regional headquarter office shall has a physical office, and this office will act as a center of administrative power, managing of all of the affiliates or the branches that does not exist only in Saudi, but within the MENA region. So the minimum coverage for the regional headquarter office is the MENA region, the Middle East and North Africa. And a very important note over here that the RHQ is not intended to conduct any commercial activity that will generate revenue to the company. All of those activities must be conducted by subsidiaries, the affiliates, the branches of the company. So I want you to think about the regional headquarter office as more of the role of a holding company, who will provide the strategic support, who will create the strategies, who will review the performance, whether it's what related to operational performance or financial performance. In this slide, we'll be focusing more about the requirement after a company had obtained the regional headquarter license. Basically, it comes to two requirements: the activity that shall be activated in the regional headquarter office, and the number of employees that will be working under the regional headquarter office. If you look into those activities, we have two types of activity. We have the mandatory activity, and we do have the optional activity. If we focus on the mandatory activity, these are the typical role of any regional office, or let me say a holding company. Roles such or activities such as formulating and managing the region, reviewing financial performance, budgeting, business planning, supporting acquisition and mergers, and so on. For the optional activity, the regional headquarter holder will be able to choose a minimum of 3 optional activity to be incorporated in the regional headquarter office. Activity that relates to accounting, legal, shared services, or basically any type of function support. For the number of employees at the regional headquarter office, a minimum of 15 full-time employees must be working under the regional headquarter office. But the good news over here that we understand, it's a critical decision for any company to open a regional office to manage a region. So we provide company with a grace period of 1 year to establish all of the requirements listed here in this slide. Now we'll focus on the incentive for the regional headquarter office. I just want to mention a very important note here that those incentives are tailor-made for this program. You will not find these incentives in any other program provided by the Ministry of Investment. Maybe a 1 or 2 that's close, but definitely not 100%. So, and even when we came up with those incentives, we did not only want to focus on the business side. So we try to cover every area. We try to tackle every box. So you will see that some of these incentives relates to quality of life, the employees, the families, the business support, and the starting up the business. For example, we have the first incentive over here, with this, which is the dependent age extension till 25 years of age, which is usually limited to 18 years old, but this is not the case for the regional headquarter office. We offer the premium residency for the top 3 executives that will be working in the regional headquarter office. Basically, those executives will be treated as a local in several factors that relate to owning your accommodation, investing in real estate, having easier access to health and banking services. I would encourage you to go and check the Premium Residency website to see the full list of advantage. We offer also spouse work permit, or the husband or the wife or the employee that will be working in the regional headquarter office. We offer 10-year Saudization exemption for the regional headquarter office. We offer visa limit exemption and and waiver of visas that are restricted to Saudi national or function that are restricted to Saudi national. In the next slide, I'll be focusing more about the tax incentive, which is actually one of the biggest value proposition for the regional headquarter office. So, the regional headquarter office or the company who hold the regional headquarter license will be exempted from corporate income tax and withholding tax for 30 years. Corporate income tax, which is at 20%, will be at 0%. Withholding tax, which ranges from 5 to 25%, will be at 0% for the first 30 years. And by the way, this is extendable to another period of 30 years. So a total of 60 years of tax relief incentive. With this, I end my presentation, but maybe I want to end with a very important note that the program is still developing. A lot of the incentive and the value proposition you have seen in my presentation were not there when we first created the program, is what actually added later. So expect more from the program. Alhamdulillah, I can proudly say that so far we have reached 700 companies who acquire the regional headquarter license. And our goal, actually, when we first created the program, was to have 500 companies by 2030. Now, at 2026, we exceeded 700 companies. So this is give you a glimpse of the support and the type of collaboration we offer to our partners. By partners, I mean companies who establish the regional headquarter license. Thank you so much. Now I'll present my colleague Al-Hassan Hamid Al-Din to take you further and to cover some of the success story.
Hi everyone, Hassan Hamid Al-Din, General Manager for the RHQ program at the Ministry of Investment of Saudi Arabia. So I really thank you actually for coming today. And if you heard my colleagues in the Ministry of Industry, the mining team, the industrial team, the RHQ, we're all together making the right ecosystem for the company to provide from A to Z here and incentivize them to help them to grow in the region. As you heard from my colleague in the RHQ, the idea for it, how you could capitalize on the growth that's happening here in Saudi, which is the largest in the region, to grow actually and go beyond Saudi Arabia. And for that, I don't want to take much of your time, but I would like to take 2 testimonies actually, where I'm going to be starting actually from the right. Would you excuse me, sir? Would you please give me the mic? The mic he has here? Yes. To my colleague, actually starting from here actually, and then can go there. We're going to give them the mic here. What I want to introduce my colleague here, Ajit Kumar, from company, again, Yak Reach, as you can explain to me here, where he's going to explain to you how getting the RHQ and how actually this is a strategic move for his company. Yak, Ajit, it's all yours. Thank you.
Yeah. So Ajit Kumar from Jack Rike International. We are a 93 years old mining and infrastructure services company. We've been in Saudi since 2012, and we've been noticing this program evolve, and we finally applied for it, and we're very, very thankful that we got it license granted in an amazing time frame. the incentive package that's been built up and the tailored incentive program that promises for future growth support is amazing, and we're looking forward to contributing to Vision 2030 as we go further.
Thank you so much, Ajit. Really appreciate it. And now for another company, sir, the last one there, where I have actually my colleague Bassem Tayyar from a great company called Traxys, where he can tell you actually how actually the RHQ program is changing actually the world of Traxys that's happening in Saudi, and not just in Saudi, but also getting the plans to go make investments to grow over the region. Bassem, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Bassem Kidaya. I am the Regional Headquarters Managing Director for the Traxys Group. We are in 23 countries worldwide, and basically coming into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we actually commenced our operations with the help of the Ministry of Investment. In particular, Mr. Hassan was the first face which we met, and they are the doorway to the kingdom. And I cannot explain, basically from my own professional knowledge, the magnitude of support which they've given us from the first day I've been in the kingdom for 12 months. We now have a regional headquarters here in the kingdom. We have an operation company. I became a resident in the kingdom, basically, and we are now undertaking project investment to the tune of $2.5 billion US. Basically, we establishing a mineral complex and processing. We are almost 100 years old company. We basically in 23 countries around the world, and this will be our 24th division. And we are proud of the support which we've been given by the Ministry of Investment. It is absolutely tremendous that as the doorway to all other ministries, where to the limit you are sitting at your chair, they are handling all of the routines within the kingdom in terms of other ministries, registrations with the Ministry of Commerce, registration with the municipalities, basically with the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development. And you always have the smiley faces of Mr. Al-Hassan with all of his colleagues in all the various categories. They have various departments, basically for the mining industry, for industry, for investment. They are the doorway for the Saudi Investment and Development Fund. So we are extremely grateful to the support they have given us, made our work extremely easier than we've anticipated. And that actually is the testimony for what has been said earlier, is that whatever they forecasted for companies to be in within the kingdom, opening their regional headquarters has been quadrupled. And obviously that is down to the performance of the Ministry of Investment. So we are really thankful, Mr. Al-Hassan, for your continued support, which is still to come further even. Thank you.
Thank you. Ajit, Bassem, thank you for your kind words about your testimonies about the RHQ. And here you see it, ladies and gentlemen, that this program is meant to help you in growing your business, not just in Saudi, but how to capitalize on that growth to be actually successful in the region. And with that, I believe we've reached the end. What I give my colleague actually the final words for that. Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this showcase. Thank you for your time and your presence again. And if you have any questions, please feel free to visit the ministry's booth, and my colleagues would be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, we're ready to go. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laurel Broughton, and I'm the CEO of Invest in Canada, Canada's federal investment promotion and attraction agency. We work directly with global companies to facilitate and coordinate priority investments into Canada. Welcome to Canada's Country Showcase. We have 3 exciting segments for you today: a fireside chat on accelerating investment in Canada's critical minerals, followed by a look at Quebec's integrated mining value chain and globally active companies, and then a showcase from Saskatchewan, which is truly a critical minerals powerhouse in Canada. For our opening session, I'm delighted to join Pierre Gratton, President and CEO of Mining Association of Canada, and Todd Winterholt, Senior Vice President, International Markets and Head of Communications and Public Affairs at Export Development Canada. Pierre and the Mining Association of Canada are key partners in presenting Canada's investment case to the world. Meanwhile, Todd and his team at EDC work to catalyze and accelerate Canada's international trade and investment, connecting Canadian companies and supply chains to international opportunities. Partnerships of all kinds, international, domestic, public, and private, are central to Canada's critical minerals strategy. They ensure secure, diversified supply chains and strengthen Canada's role as a trusted global partner. Canada is actively forging new partnerships to expand trade and investment opportunities in critical minerals. A recent example is our Memorandum of Understanding with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This agreement establishes bilateral cooperation in mineral resources, including knowledge sharing on exploration, extraction, and processing technologies, and opens the door to future trade and investment. Canada and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia share a strong commitment to diversifying supply chains and doing so in a way that is sustainable and responsible. Before we begin our conversation, I'd like to share a short video on why bold investment is coming to Canada. Then Pierre and Todd and I will join a discussion moderated by Tameka Jumel of Invest in Canada. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. I am Tameka Jumel. I'm the Director of Federal Partnerships and Strategy at Invest in Canada. I'm pleased to welcome you all today for a panel entitled Accelerating Investment in Canada's Critical Minerals. Thank you. Before we dive into this conversation, I'd like to give an opportunity to our 2 other panelists, Pierre and Todd, for introducing themselves and the role that their organization play in the ecosystem of mining in Canada. We'll start with you, Pierre.
Hello, everyone. I'm Pierre Gratton, CEO of the Mining Association of Canada. We're the country's national voice for mining, and we work very closely with the federal government on issues related to mining, and also help represent our sector abroad, like in places like Saudi Arabia.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Todd Winterholt. I'm Senior Vice President of International Markets at EDC, or Export Development Canada. EDC is Canada's official export credit agency, so quite similar here to Saudi EXIM, certainly US EXIM, others, UKEF, for those that maybe aren't aware of that community. And our role is to really help accelerate and generate incremental Canadian benefits, in this case, in the mining sector. On an annual basis, EDC would do about $130 billion in export support. That includes working with our colleagues here across the table to help stimulate investment in Canada. And I look forward to the conversation talking about how that works in practice.
Thank you both. Pierre, we'll start with you. From your perspective, what makes Canada a global leader in critical minerals and mining today?
So I'm going to start with a little bit contrarian. I'm going to say we're not. And the reason I'm going to say we're not is because the reason we're having this conversation is because somebody else now is, which is China. That's why we're talking about critical minerals, because one country now dominates this space. Is Canada an important producer of critical minerals? Absolutely. And can we grow our production of critical minerals? Absolutely. And are we on the right path? We'll be discussing that more today, and I'd say, yes, we are. Canada has a lot of advantages. We have been a leader and number 2 producer of nickel 20 years ago. Today we're 6th. We've been a major producer of multiple commodities. We've fallen in some of them over the last 20 years, but we've also grown in others. Potash, we're the top producer in the world. We're number 2 in uranium. And we're starting to see, we've moved from 5th to 4th place in gold. We've starting to see a real turnaround in copper. So there's a lot happening in Canada, and I think a lot more can happen. We are a vast country, an incredible geological endowment. We have a highly skilled, educated workforce. We have a very strong, reliable, and increasingly predictable regulatory regime. So there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic about how Canada can, in the coming years, turn into more of a superpower than I think as we used to be, but what we haven't quite been in the last number of years as countries like China have kind of overtaken.
Thank you. Laurel, from your perspective, what do you... thank you. So what are the government of Canada's priority in terms of streamlining the regulations in the industry of mining, and how are we working to accomplish this?
This to me? Yes. Okay. Well, I'm going to pick up where Pierre was talking about and talk about the very strong history of mining in Canada, and really give credit to the mining industry for being a sustainable, forward-looking industry over so many years. But Pierre is absolutely right. We have to work hard, and we are working hard. And our team at Invest in Canada is making sure that we look for those global investors who want to come to Canada to help us get the minerals out of the ground that are needed for the economy of tomorrow, to help ensure the processing is in Canada. And we have a government at this point in time who is very focused on helping streamline regulation, to put in place a one window, one review process, to create a really clear process. I've been in government life, political life, business life for a long period of time. And when I speak to businesses, especially investors, what they want is predictability and stability, and understand what steps do they have to take to get from A to B. So we are in Canada making that process even cleaner and easier to understand what are the major steps. So recently created a major projects office. A number of the critical minerals initiatives are in that slate of projects where the review is going to be accelerated. We work in conjunction with the Major Projects Office if in case it is an investor that is needed to get that project forward. We will bring that investor to the table along with the proponent who has that claim in the ground. So they are going to centralize the coordination of those major projects, which will enable faster approvals, and that will help us meet the demands globally. And I'm looking forward, in a further question, I'll talk a little bit about the new incentives that the Government of Canada has created that have been a huge topic of conversation here at FMF over the last couple of days.
Thank you. Pierre, You speak with industry and stakeholders on a daily basis. Can you tell us how have the industry, the provinces, the indigenous communities reacted to the changes that Laurel spoke about, and how do you see the difference concretely on the ground?
So I've been in this business now for more than 25 years. I've been working on issues like regulatory permitting for more than 25 years. I honestly, this is no exaggeration, and I'm not used to saying something like this, but since Mark Carney was elected Prime Minister, there has been a sea change across government that I have never seen before when it comes to permitting issues. For the first time, I actually now believe, I've heard what Lauren has said, someone else said that before, that we've had a major projects office before. We've had a lot of very similar sounding initiatives before that promised to reduce red tape, to improve permitting, to improve timelines, and it only ever made marginal differences. It only really sort of touched the edges of things. We are noticing now a more determined effort by all of the key departments that permit us to really improve how they go about doing their business. I think what's driven this is partly critical minerals and the geopolitical imperatives that we're facing. Obviously for Canadians too, the election of Donald Trump and our relationship with the United States that is changing has lit a fire under all Canadians, and we've realized we have to take greater control of how we manage our country, because we can't just take for granted now that whatever we do, we can sell it to the United States and they'll take our products and they'll be nice to us, and we can't rely on that relationship as much as we used to. And so all of that has really changed, I think, lit a fire under governments across the country in a way that I don't think I've ever seen. And it's really encouraging. I actually think we're at the dawn of a very, very new age for mining in Canada, and I think I think investors should take note, and I think they should have sort of much more confidence in the timelines that are going to be associated with developing new projects in Canada.
Todd, you also speak at EDC with industry. Could you perhaps elaborate on what the industry is saying about those changes?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think I would be in quite aligned view here with both Pierre and Laurel with respect to the changes we're seeing in Canada. So from a policy perspective, from a regulatory environment, we are seeing moves in the right direction, and that helps catalyze and accelerate, I think, the interest in Canada as a potential critical minerals powerhouse. When we've brought together the industry in Canada, have conversations at a variety of roundtables, the three areas we hear most commonly from companies in Canada or those international looking to invest in Canada are around offtake contracts. They're around uncertainty around pricing once in production. And number three would be access to capital. And so in addition to the regulatory environment, which is becoming better and more streamlined, I think, in Canada, there is a real need to also find a way to help provide the capital and the financing at an earlier stage to allow these projects to accelerate. And so at EDC, we've spent a lot of time in trying to figure out how we can help bridge the gap, and I mean that quite literally as well, to allow the projects to materialize a little bit more quickly. And so in 2024, as an example, EDC was able to bring $8 billion of capital to the table to help over 220 companies in the critical minerals space. That represents significant growth over the earlier part of the decade, and we see that only moving in one direction. Maybe just two quick examples, Tamayaka, to help illustrate the point. One would be Torngat Metals in Quebec, who have one of the largest rare earth concentrations outside of China, to Pierre's earlier comment. And EDC was able to help arrange a $115 million bridge facility that allowed that project to move ahead more quickly than otherwise would have been possible. And so it's really the combination of all the pieces we've been talking about here, the regulatory environment, the policy environment, and then the financial support that's available for these investing companies and Canadian companies to really excel in what is a very challenging environment, one that's becoming ever more important.
Laurel, an important component of the Why Canada value proposition is the strong support that the Government of Canada is giving to the industry in order to make Canada more attractive. Could you elaborate on some of the policies, the incentive, the financial tools that the government has put forward to make Canada attractive to investment, please?
Thank you. Canada offers numerous tax credits and financial supports to de-risk critical minerals projects, and I just can highlight a few of them with you today. 30% critical minerals exploration tax credit to reduce upfront exploration costs and improving project economics, which is crucial for those early stage projects. A recently established $2 billion critical minerals sovereign fund, which will provide equity financing for strategic projects, which I think signals a very strong support from the government and very serious intent to be part of finding solutions. Clean technology manufacturing tax credits and accelerated capital cost allowances, which will lower those capital costs and speed up returns on investment. There's also a $1.5 billion strategic response fund to support infrastructure and supply chain resilience for critical minerals developments, a $1.5 billion first and last mile fund for transportation links to remote sites to reduce those logistical risks and costs, and critical minerals research, development, and demonstration program to drive innovation, efficiency, and help investors adopt cutting-edge technologies. So all of those things put together put Canada in a very competitive economics and stable environment with the lowest marginal tax rate in the G7, low electricity costs, with 80% of electricity from non-emitting energy sources. So those are just a few of the things. Certainly after the session, if you want to get more detail, we've put together some detailed information that we're happy to share. But to suffice it to say, the Government of Canada is serious about moving this sector forward, doing our part to drive innovation and investment, and being a partner in the development of critical minerals, both to Canada's benefit and the world's. Canada is connected globally to the world through 15 free trade agreements with 51 jurisdictions. And so all of you from all around the world are our partners and our clients when it comes to the work that we're doing.
Pierre, I'm going to come back to you. From the mining sector perspective, what makes Canada a reliable long-term partner for the global markets? And what do investors need to know and understand about Canada when it comes to moving projects responsibly forward?
Before I answer that question, I'll just also respond to Lauren's recent remarks in terms of what the fiscal measures that Canada has put in place. The fall budget in November was a mining budget. I don't know how many of my colleagues in other industry associations looked at me enviously on how many measures were in there to support mining development. So they are quite significant, and they are changing project economics in a meaningful way. There's still a few things we're looking for, but it was a very, very positive budget. I think what makes Canada reliable are a number of things. First of all, Canada is a very stable place politically. When you make an investment in Canada, you don't have to worry about that investment. No government is going to come in and do anything untoward with respect to that investment. I think another thing that makes Canada very reliable is we have a very, very educated, highly skilled workforce. We do need more workers, and we have efforts underway to attract new people into our industry, because if we're going to grow mining, we're going to need more people. But that's a good problem to have. And I think, and actually I would add, for anyone living abroad, there's jobs in Canada in mining. The unemployment rate in mining in Canada right now is 1%. It's like basically non-existent. So if you want to work in mining, you can work in mining. We have a very strong transportation logistical network. You can get products to market. There's challenges in the northern parts of Canada, which is where the first and last mile fund come from, where we don't. It can be for certain projects challenging or expensive to get their products to market if there aren't the existing road networks and rail networks and so on. But for most of Canada, it's a very reliable system. We have a very sophisticated financial system, the TSX and TSX Venture, and our whole financial ecosystem in Vancouver and Toronto is world renowned. So you'll get a lot of support there. The last point I make too is mining is a trusted sector in Canada. You can't say that about mining in every part of the world, but there is very strong public support for mining and for what the government is doing right now. And the risks of projects facing opposition, of conflict in Canada are very, very low. I'm not to say that all projects enjoy 100% support, but basically projects get through the permitting system and people welcome mining in this country, and I think that's another advantage that is perhaps overlooked. And one of the reasons I think for that is for many years our association has led the development of what is a world-renowned mining sustainability performance system called Towards Sustainable Mining. It's been around for over 20 years. It was the first of its kind in the world. We're involved now with others in the development of the consolidated mining standard, but TSM is central to that effort as well. So there's and that I think has really contributed to the development of what I guess I'm describing as a social license for mining in Canada, which is widely enjoyed.
Todd, if you had a single message for the audience today about the opportunity that the Canada's critical minerals represent, what would it be?
I feel like Pierre did a wonderful job covering most of that already, Tamaika, but I guess I would say it is really the consolidation of support for the development of these projects in Canada, maybe for the first time in quite some time, I think, to both of my colleagues' points here. And it isn't just about the spectacular capability of the industry in Canada, it is about public policy alignment, and it is about the financial support that I think for the first time in recent memory is really coming to bear to help develop these projects in a much more timely way. And I think from a very specific EDC perspective, in addition to the $8 billion in capital we were able to put out last fiscal year, we've also created specific projects and funds at EDC, $750 million, for example, in strategic risk capital to help juniors and earlier stage miners be more successful at the moment that it really matters to them, which is much earlier in the process. So I think it is this alignment, maybe once in a generation, that we're seeing across all fronts that are going to make Canada an ever more popular and happy, frankly, investment destination for many folks internationally. And that is happening more and more, last point perhaps, in consolidation with other international investors. And so many of those here at the conference have seen and heard from, for example, the Bank of Montreal, who is here today, talking about the level of support they can provide to the industry. We're seeing this consolidation in the financial sector to really bring that support to bear to help accelerate the output that we're all after at the end of the day.
And as we're wrapping up, Laurel, maybe a last thought about, again, the opportunity that Canada represents, especially in the times that we're in of global market shifts and uncertainty. What would you tell prospective investors?
Well, I would tell prospective investors to give us a call. We are here to help you find the opportunity to invest in Canada. I think you see really the connectivity across government. Pierre and Todd and I did not prepare to say the same things, but we did. And that's because I think essentially what you're seeing in Canada right now is akin to a wartime effort of everyone pulling in the same direction, recognizing we are blessed with critical minerals and mining resources in Canada. It's our responsibility to find a way to get those into production, to be able to deliver those to the world in a sustainable and predictable way, and in a way that is responsive to building up the technology and pathway to tomorrow. Critical minerals in the meetings that we've been having with potential investors today and throughout the course of FMF are in everything that we need for tomorrow, and yet we don't always talk about that as much as we should. So in Canada, we recognize we have a responsibility to be able to respond to that need, and my team at Invest in Canada is responsible to help you find the pathway for your invest, to answer the questions that you have, to introduce you to the people that you need to know to make that investment in Canada. 2 of them are up on the stage with me here today. Some of them are going to be the next people you hear from. We work with the provinces and territories. We work with the mining proponents who are looking for that investment, and we try to answer the questions that you have to get you to final investment decisions sooner. So we're pleased to be here today. I think we're going to show our video now.
That is a good segue to the
so
video.
that can be a good wrap up. And the last thing I would say is we have certainly much more detailed information on the incentives that we're happy to provide to you, because I know that it was a quick review, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Is it possible to play the video, please? I don't think that we have the video right now. Hopefully at the end of this session, the country showcase on Canada. So I would like to thank the audience for your participation today, and to the panelists as well. Laurel, Todd, and Pierre, thank you for your participation and your insightful remarks today. Thank you all. Thank you, Laurel. Thank you. Thank you.
Roll with the
Non, je vais avoir 4 entreprises avec 5 entreprises. Je vais être debout. Mathias? Bonjour à tous. Hi, everyone. So it is a pleasure to be here today and taking part of the Canada country showcase with Invest Quebec. So Invest in Canada and Saskatchewan. So I am Marie-Hélène Jacombe, a specialist advisor, metals, mines, and forestry exports for Invest Quebec. It is a financial arm and the economic development agency of the Quebec government. Quebec has more than 20 active mines, open pit and underground, in gold, copper, zinc, nickel, lithium, graphite, and that is among many other mining projects in Canada. It gives us the opportunity for us to develop an expertise that covers the entire value chain, as well as numerous internationally renowned universities and research centers that are fostering innovation and developing sustainable and efficient mining practices. So today we have 5 Quebec companies that are here with us and will share their experience and how they can bring and contribute, bring success and contribute to the success of your mining projects. Sorry. So I will start the questions with Canadian Institute of Mining. So what can a Canadian Institute of Mining brings to the mining ecosystems?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amini Ben Amar, and I'm the CFO of the Canadian Institute of Mining, Metallurgy, and Petroleum. So CIM is actually a Canadian professional organization serving the mining ecosystem since 128 years. What's the role of CIM? We connect the leader, the industry leader, with the technical experts. And so we offer the platform where the leaders and the experts meet. We also share the best practices and leading practices in the industry. So this is basically how we serve the community and the industry.
Thank you so much, Amini. So next we have CCE Mining with Anas. So what makes your consulting firm different than the others?
Thank you for this question. So we are an engineering firm called CCE, which stands for Canadian Consulting Experts. We do mainly upstream engineering, so anything from resource geology, mining engineering, mine infrastructure, to front-end studies, turnkey front-end studies. So 43101, JORC for front-end studies. We do as well due diligence studies. So we support investors, equity firms, private equity firms, even lenders, banks, or private investors taking mining decisions. So definitely, we are a senior firm. Mainly seniors, 90% of our people are senior engineers, 30 years, 40 years plus of experience. So a senior firm led by seniors for seniors. So this is our main difference with the others.
Thank you. So next we have Vincent from FTE Drilling. So FTE is recognized throughout the world. What makes your company successful?
Thank you, Marie-Hélène. Excellent question. I thought I was going to be the only 100 years more company involved, but now I know Marie-Hélène are 103. FTE Drilling's been in business since 1923. We're now operating across the world, Canada, United States, South America, a lot of business in Africa. So we're operating in 15 countries. We are a drilling service contractor. So we come into play very early in the exploration sector of any country. So it's our third time coming to Saudi. Happy to announce that we're finally fully registered after a few hiccups along the way. So it took a little bit of patience, took a little bit of time, but now we're fully operational, and we're having our first equipment arrive in Jeddah at the end of March. So we'll be able to assist with the junior exploration sectors as well as operating mines. So about 1,000 employees across the world. A great project team. What I think the key for us is any new countries that we enter, we have a project team that comes in at first to train our people, obviously pick from the local labor, local staff, train our people, show our ways, our Canadian, our Quebec ways, and that's what has brought us success in the 15 countries where we operate. So just to get back on your question and close the loop. Thank you.
Thank you. That is wonderful. Wonderful news that you have now. And you're ready to operate here. So now, Progesis with Riyad. So you have a unique method of project management that has proven its success around the world. Can you explain how?
Thank you, Marie-Hélène, for the question, and thank you for also the opportunity to talk about Canadian companies and what we bring to the mining industry. I would have wished that Progesis would be started in 1923, but it did in 2003. It's been already 23, 24 years. We are based in Quebec, but we have 6 offices around the world, and we have delivered projects in more than 40 countries. We are based in Quebec, but also when I talk, for example, when we think of the region here, we have a lot of resources that are either nationals or regional. And these resources have been working in the organization for over 10 years, 15 years in some cases, which brings the best of 2 things: the expertise that we bring and the blend that we have with the expats that we mobilize on projects, and also the local know-how and the capacity to manage on the field. When it comes to what we offer and what we specialize in, we're trusted with flagship projects around the world. I'm going to just mention few, just to give an idea. We just completed the commissioning of Oyu Tolgoi mine, one of the biggest copper gold mines, underground copper gold mines in the world. We have completed 2 mega projects in Canada, one in Newfoundland and one in Ontario just last year. But we also work with junior companies and small companies, and we can bring our expertise that is tailored to the needs of these companies. So as an example of that, we have built and commissioned a mining-related waste treatment company in Congo, which was worth, a few tens of millions of dollars, which is extremely important both for the community and for the industry there. So we tailor our services for the big or the top tier mining companies, but also for those who are starting new endeavors. And I just want to finish with one thing. Progesis is more than 500 resources around the world that collaborate together to deliver projects. And when it comes to what we have achieved in the region, so in Oman, we have managed and built a copper gold mine that is operating now for 3 years. I'd welcome to to discuss more with any of you and introduce what we do here. Thank you.
Thank you, Riyad. So now with the KPI mining solution with Matthias. So your solutions optimize mineral value chain. So how and what are the benefits?
So thank you for your question. I'm Mateus, Director of Technical Services at KPI Mining Solutions. We are a software firm. We're proud to be a Quebec technology firm. And we are developing softwares towards stochastic mine planning optimization that is used to optimize supply chains, as you mentioned. So what does the stochastic mean, right? The name may sound very strange, but essentially we're dealing with the mineral resources and mineral reserves in a probabilistic fashion. Today, with the current technologies we have, we deal with the mineral resources in a deterministic way. So we build a single resource model, and we do mine planning and supply chain optimization based on the single geological model of what we have in the mines. So what we are bringing to the table now is a way, and we are borrowing these concepts from the oil and gas industry. It's interesting that we are in Saudi Arabia, so we're essentially borrowing these concepts. We can now simulate mineral deposits, generating multiple simulated models for the same mines, and we're now dealing with the mines in a probabilistic fashion. What are the benefits of this approach? Is first, we can now quantify the geological uncertainty we have in our mineral resources, mineral reserves, and this will be later on transferred to the way we are assessing the risk, assessing the profitability of any mining project. So, and more than that, we can now, by using simulations and this stochastic approach, we can unlock substantial value in terms of NPV for the mining assets. So we are working with the major mining companies. Our technology was developed at McGill University originally in a consortium of some of the world's largest mining companies in the world. And what is very interesting is both exploration projects and operating mines can benefit now from this probabilistic ways of seeing our assets in order to decrease the geological risk that is very particular to the mining industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. So, well, thank you to all of you. So, Canadian Institute of Mining, CCE Mining, FT Drilling, Progesis, and KPI Mining Solutions. So this is a few companies that can, well, you can see the expertise that we have in Quebec, but we have among, well, 3,000 companies that are in service and equipment suppliers that can provide solutions for your projects. So, well, if you have any question, please do not hesitate to come to the Canada Pavilion at C06, and then it will be a pleasure for us to discuss with you.
Well, hello everyone and good afternoon. Thank you for spending some time with us today. My name is Chris Lane and I am the CEO of the Saskatchewan Trade and Export Partnership, which is a unique agency in Canada. And effectively what we do is we work with private sector companies in Saskatchewan to advocate, connect, and ultimately move Saskatchewan products and services around the world. And we've been doing that work for 30 years in cooperation and partnership with our provincial government and the federal government as well. And it brings us to places like this, where we can platform and facilitate the trade in Saskatchewan goods in the mining sector and services sector here. Now, we have an interesting panel here today that is going to talk specifically about some new and exciting projects happening in Saskatchewan, both on the exploration and processing side, but also on the research and development and technology side as well. So we'll get to that in a moment, but before we do all that, I'd like to introduce and play a video for you that sets up the conversation very well.
Mining is so long-term, so you have to think long-term.
The Saskatchewan jurisdiction is one of the best mining jurisdictions in the world from a geopolitical standpoint, an operating standpoint, from a financial standpoint, from a government regulation standpoint.
Saskatchewan's very well regarded around the world as a stable jurisdiction, stable government, good infrastructure, good educational system that puts out good quality workers.
The drive for results and the drive for action of this population here makes it a unique place to invest.
We're building a rare earth hub here in Saskatchewan, not just for Saskatchewan and Canada, but for North America as a whole.
Saskatchewan is really well placed in terms of rail, road and other infrastructure that supports the marketing and the distribution of commodities and resources from this area.
We're blessed here in Saskatchewan to have one of the world's greatest potash deposits. You got great people, you got a great deposit. What else can you ask for?
Saskatchewan offers that infrastructure where you can produce a very good quality product.
We see a unique opportunity here in Saskatchewan to actually showcase what can be done from a sustainability perspective.
We see a growing recognition of the role that nuclear needs to play in fighting climate change and meet the need of the utility companies for generating clean power.
We have the highest grade uranium deposits in the world. That makes it very unique from a uranium mining and processing point of view.
We do it in a very sustainable manner with a focus on looking after the environment and involving local communities.
Canada, and in particular Saskatchewan, is a very safe environment in which global markets can look for the source of their key commodities.
Okay, excellent. So we'll get started with our panel. I'll invite our panelists up here and I'll introduce them briefly and we'll jump right into a discussion here. Joining us here today is Ms. Jody Banks, who is the Deputy Minister for Trade and Export Development, the department of the provincial government that really leads policy and activation and engagement in this field around the world. We also have Dr. Mohammed Imran, who is the Vice President of the Rare Earths Section Division of the Saskatchewan Research Council, and we're going to talk to him about a very exciting facility and technical capability that's coming on stream in Saskatchewan. And we're also joined by Tom Kiszczak, who is the Executive Director of the Global Institute for Energy, Minerals and Society. Again, a very new and exciting collaboration on the education side in this sector. And we're going to speak with everybody here for the next few minutes about the advantage of Saskatchewan and the place of Saskatchewan's mining sector in really the global community. So, Ms. Banks, I might start with you as Deputy Minister of Trade and Export Development. Obviously, a lot of work and engagement needs to happen for Saskatchewan exports to reach their ultimate destinations around the world. And Saskatchewan has established itself as a world leader in mining thanks to the resource potential, the discoveries that are active, and the ones that are being explored, but strong and stable government policies. We heard about that in the first panel, the importance there. And as a result, Saskatchewan has been ranked #1 by the Fraser Institute as a safe and desirable investment climate for mining in Canada. So can you tell us a little bit more about Saskatchewan's current productions and new projects in the critical mineral space?
Sure, thanks, Chris.
So Saskatchewan has a long and really great history in the mining sector, and we've been doing this for a long time. We've got great deposits, as you saw in the video. We've been mining potash and uranium for a number of years, and around that we've built an incredible value chain with skilled workers, with a really stable, transparent regulatory system, with predictable royalty regimes. We've got a whole value chain of world-class companies and institutions that support the mining sector, that wrap around and ensure that those companies have success. And so we've been able to do that over a number of years, really working hard to ensure that the companies that come to Saskatchewan and invest in Saskatchewan find success. And so the government has done a few things to really do that. We've got a strong, as I talked about, a strong regulatory system. We've got incentives, which we can provide more information on, that really help develop the sector. And we've also, the government itself provides a real concierge service to companies that are wanting to come and invest in the province. And we help navigate through any hurdles and really ensure that companies are able to get through all the way from exploration to production in a very short amount of time, and with lots of certainty. So, that's kind of a little bit of a background. You saw some of it on the video around why we think we're one of the powerhouses in Canada. And so, we've got a long-standing potash sector with companies like Mosaic, Nutrien, K+S that have seen great success and have done significant investment in expansion over the last number of years. We've got an incredible uranium mining sector, the only place in Canada for both potash and uranium. Of course, uranium, Cameco has been doing it for a long time. Orano has been doing it for a long time. We have two new projects with NextGen and Denison, both in the process of opening mines. And of course, we have a net zero copper mine. You saw in the video, Foran Mining is opening a net zero copper mine. And so we have 4 mines under construction right now. And of course, last but not least at all is the significant investment from BHP it's their world's largest investment, or it's their largest investment to date, and will be the world's largest potash mine. And so again, we've got lots of exciting projects on the go, and lots of opportunities to do more.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Clearly, it's a sector on the rise and a jurisdiction that is capturing attention in the world. Dr. Ingram, I want to turn to you at Saskatchewan Research Council, and Saskatchewan has 27 of the 34 critical minerals listed on Canada's critical minerals list. Can you tell us a little bit more about Saskatchewan Research Council, in particular the work you're doing in rare earth elements?
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, everyone. Saskatchewan Research Council is a Crown-owned corporation. We report to the government of Saskatchewan. Founded in 1947, so over 80 years of experience in research and technology demonstration. We serve 4 key sectors in the energy, mining, environment, and the agriculture, and we offer the scientific solutions. Now, in the rare earth domain, SRC has been active for the past 15 years, working directly with the clients and offering the solutions all the way from the upstream to the midstream sector. And in 2020, SRC received funding from the government of Saskatchewan to build this commercial demonstration facility with one objective: to build the rare earth processing hub in Saskatchewan. As you might have heard about the resources, the presence of rare earth resources in Canada, it is at number 5 with respect to the world volume in the rare earths. And Saskatchewan also stands quite high when it comes to the resources of the rare earth. So that gives a great opportunity for the upstream industry to start introducing their product to this midstream sector when it is established. With respect to the size of this commercial demo, it's not that big, it's not that small. So if I'm putting a quantitative number around it, the product that we have is sufficient to manufacture 500,000 electric vehicles. Now, this 500,000 EV number might not be that big when we are talking 10 years down the road, but in today's market, it is quite significant. If we are looking into the EV industry outside of China, I could say this number will equal to 5% of the total production.
Thank you, Doctor. That absolutely puts it into perspective. Moving the conversation along to Tom Kiszczuk at the Global Institute for Energy, Minerals and Society. Can you talk to us, Tom, a little bit about the genesis of this institute? It's a fairly new operation, and specifically how it's being set up to advance work in the natural resources sector.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris, and good afternoon, everyone. So the genesis of GEMS, the Global Institute of Energy, Minerals and Society, happened about 2 years ago at COP28 in the region in Dubai, where there was a desire to bring the major post-secondary institutions in Saskatchewan closer together in terms of collaboration, but also to be a window to the world in terms of how those institutions can be accessed by institutions outside of the province. So GEMS was established in 2025 as an equal partnership between the University of Saskatchewan, the University of Regina, and Saskatchewan Polytechnique. It's a nonprofit research institute that's moving things forward to act as a catalyst for expanding the capacity in terms of research and training, specifically in the natural resources sector. And we offer training programs to move this forward in Saskatchewan and beyond. And so we're a collaboration platform that aligns the universities and the polytechniques and industry and government to support workforce development through collaborative efforts and coordination.
Thanks, Tom. Deputy Minister, we are hearing multiple capabilities and support systems in Saskatchewan for development of projects and mining overall here in Saskatchewan. But can you talk a little bit about what makes Saskatchewan unique in the collaboration between from government to institution to private sector, and what kind of lessons have we learned and what lessons are we implementing along that way?
Sure, thanks, Chris. I mean, I think we've had a long-standing government, which brings a lot of stability to sort of the plan. This government has a 2030 growth plan, very similar to what Saudi has instituted, and there are a number of those goals that are very specific to the mining sector, and so we're always trying to stretch and increase sort of the impact of mining on our economy, and it plays a really important role. And a couple of years ago, in 2023, we also launched our critical mineral strategy, and again, it's really rooted in trying to ensure that we are taking full advantage of the natural resources that are found in the province. And so that's really focused on some of the newer pieces around, copper, helium, lithium. We've got a lot of development work, exploration work happening in a lot of those areas. And so I think, we're sort of grounded in some of those strategies. And then the government has also done one other thing, which is really work on strengthening our international relationships and build collaboration. And so in 2018, we opened 9 international trade and investment offices around the world, including one in this region as well. And we've been able to utilize that to create relationships, to bring partners in place, to work together, to learn from others, and ultimately to work with partners for solutions that are a win-win for both countries. And so, we've done a lot of work to really bring all of that together. And so I think, and then I guess the last part I'll touch on is the work that's been done in the province. And I think, Tom talked about our 3 institutions. They've been critical for decades in ensuring that there's a skilled workforce, that there's research and technology that are being, and research projects that are being done on a very constant basis. that we are working together and really being specific and being modern and innovative. I think institutions and organizations like the Saskatchewan Research Council, which have been around for so long, 75 years they've been doing this work, and it's so important. And the rare earth element piece is exciting and new, but they have been doing this work, this really important work, for a long time. They're doing world-class research, they are solutions focused, and they're able to bring technological advances forward in all of these sectors. And so I think, you know, we have a really strong advantage in that we have this ecosystem that's been built up around our mining sector, and I think that's really given us a leg up and allowed us to be a real powerhouse.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, and I actually want to get into that a little bit with you, Doctor, about the importance of, maybe I'll put it this way, it's one thing to have the deposits or to have the resource. It's another thing to find markets for that resource, but it's an entirely different value proposition when you add processing and commercialization capacity to that resource in the jurisdiction in which it's mined, and that's the project that you're working on. Can you maybe talk a little bit about how important that becomes as a value proposition for investors or you know, for anybody that's involved in the commercialization of this resource?
Thank you, Chris. Great question. You know, maybe I will elaborate a little bit on our efforts when we started back in 2020. So rare earth sector, I would say, is an emerging sector for all of us. As there was a discussion before, China controls this sector very heavily on the upstream, midstream, and downstream, on the product size, on the technology-wise. So when we started this facility in 2020, we were planning to buy some of our equipment from China. And December 2020, China imposed this export ban on transfer of the technology. I think that was the best thing that happened to us because we were relying to get it from China, and that was the biggest bottleneck for us to move forward. At that time, we decided to look into creating those type of the equipment and the technology in-house. We spent 1 year on the development, did all the testing, all the pilot work, all the semi-commercial work to look into it's going to work or not. But at the end, we were able to come through that bottleneck. And now currently I can say that probably Saskatchewan is one of very few jurisdictions which is capable of developing that technology and building those equipment in Canada, which were before only coming out of China. And then we extended the same concept towards further downstream processing, which is called the metal production, because the raw materials for the permanent magnets in the form of the rare earths, when it is used, it requires those metals. And this is what SRC produces. So when you ask me about this question, so the answer to this question is the value proposition is great. It's really very important to see what stage of the development this sector is. It's not different than when we look at the oil industry 50 years ago. So rare earth is like this for the rest of the world outside of China. It's an emerging sector, lots of opportunities. And what SRC can offer is on the technology side of things, what we have developed. We understand how to build the upstream sector, how to build the midstream sector. And there are lots of collaboration opportunities with respect to that. The next step where we are very keen to move in, and we are looking into that kind of a collaboration environment, is moving further downstream. The downstream is a very highly patented, very highly protected market, and which is currently mainly controlled by Chinese, 91, 92%, 7% by Japanese, and 1% by the rest of the world. And this IP generation and the method development and the specific technologies when it comes to, for example, grain boundary diffusion or the other methods becomes very critical.
Excellent answer. Thank you very much. And again, I'm going to drill down one more time with Tom on this one. Tom, you have a professional history in the nuclear industry, and I want to ask a little bit about that idea around value chain, value added within Saskatchewan. And can you talk a little bit about, you know, what that looks like and where Saskatchewan's placed globally when it comes to the nuclear industry overall?
So Saskatchewan has long been a nuclear province in uranium mining and milling. and plays a very important role on the world stage with a number of companies that have been mentioned. So we are a critical part of the global supply chain for uranium fuel. We are capable of producing fuel from mine to bundle for the CANDU reactor technology within Canada, which provides us with energy security in that area. And so when we talk about the value chain, we cover all aspects of the value chain. The next steps for us is on the power generation side. And this is where we see the opportunity to utilize our existing supply chains that really already understand the consequences of working in a highly critical industry. And by consequences, I mean those related to safety, to quality, and delivery. And so when we talk about consequences for a large potash mine, for example, those consequences financially are severe if we are not delivering those products on time, safely, on budget. So as we work to evolve the existing supply chain to move into the nuclear power sector, we look to see what the strengths are within those companies with the understanding that they do understand those consequences, and then work to identify the gaps and help them to get ready for the nuclear power sector. And an example of that would be for nuclear certifications for manufacturing and construction.
Great answer. Thank you, Tom, for that context. Deputy Minister, we touched on in the video, we saw a little bit about the responsibility that Saskatchewan feels or that it executes around social license on some of these projects. And another panel talked about it, the first panel, I believe, around that not in all jurisdictions is mining viewed as favorably as it is in Canada, and certainly as it is in Saskatchewan. So can you talk a little bit about the importance of social license and what that looks like in Saskatchewan?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I think, it's not always been as smooth as it is today, and I think a lot of lessons have been learned over many decades around working with communities, ensuring that the public-facing information is being shared, talking about safety, and then really making sure that communities that are surrounding the mines are seeing benefits. And so, obviously, in Saskatchewan, there is a lot of land and not so many people. So we're quite fortunate that we're often not having to share significant amounts of space with large communities. However, we also do have an Indigenous population and First Nations who own land in the province. And so, I think we've really seen companies come a really long way around working with the communities around the mines, and including and in particular our Indigenous population. And some of the companies like Cameco that have been doing this a really long time have sort of pioneered that approach. And I think what I really see is sort of three different streams around how you can really work with those communities. And the first one is really around employment. And so some of these big mines have significant numbers of jobs. And so ensuring that the young people in the communities surrounding those mines have the opportunity to access proper training and being able to identify what those occupations are that can then move into the mine, and making sure that they see those opportunities, whether it's trades or scientists, and all the way through that chain. And so I think the promise of jobs and the being deliberate about making sure the community members have access to those jobs, I think, is one that's really important. The second one is around supporting companies in the surrounding areas that they can procure services from. And that can be anything from transportation to security to food service and all of the other, technology and equipment and manufacturing and all of those things. And so being able to making sure that you're supporting those local companies. And in some cases, I've heard of companies even helping some of these companies get going and supporting them and helping them to make sure that they're successful so that they can continue to utilize them. And then the last piece is around equity stakes. And we've really, as the government of Saskatchewan has instituted a loan guarantee program particularly targeted at our Indigenous First Nations communities. Their land is owned as a community, and so they're not able to leverage that land to gain capital. And so the government of Saskatchewan will issue loan guarantees so that they can take out loans to purchase equity stakes in some of these projects. And so I think there's a number of different ways that we can work with the communities directly surrounding the mines. And then lastly, I'll just say that, Saskatchewan has been, as a whole, has been very supportive of the mining sector. And I think the mining sector, some of these companies have been great corporate citizens. They've been present, they've donated, they've built rinks in communities and donated to school programs and all of the things that I know these big and great companies do. So, I think they've really done a great job in building that social license, and we really have very little opposition to the mining sector in our province.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Minister. It's an important part of what makes it successful in Saskatchewan is the outreach that the industry puts into local communities, but then the outreach that the companies put back into the communities as well. Okay, last question, and it's going to be about our observations so far this week in Saudi Arabia. I would say, so again, our role at Saskatchewan Trade and Export Partnership is to facilitate private companies coming to markets like this and essentially doing business development. And I think my first and most immediate takeaway is the amount of interest in Canadian and Saskatchewan-born expertise in this market. We bring companies with us that have a demonstrated history of being experts in their field, whether that's engineering or surveys, technology maintenance, whatever it is, and the amount of real interest in this market for what we know how to do is real, and it's happening on the show floor. So it's actually a pretty unique situation that way, as far as I can tell. And maybe I'll start. You can pass it on down to Tom. Tom will start that way and work your way back to us. But Tom, what's your big takeaway so far in Saudi Arabia?
My big takeaway this week is the amount of innovation that's going on in the region to support the development of mining, and it reminds me of the innovation that we have in Saskatchewan. And I think there are similarities between the regions in terms of we're working in regions of constrained resources, whether that's technology or whether that's related to the environment that we're working in for water or for energy. And so I think in Saskatchewan, we are innovative by nature because we are working with the resources that we have. I think we make a lot of effort to develop capacity to utilize those resources, particularly in human capital. We understand the need to develop that capital over the long term, and we have multiple examples. One of them that I'll raise is the Sylvie Fedoruk Canadian Centre for Nuclear Innovation that was established several years ago to build capacity for nuclear so that we would be ready for today. And I see a lot of that happening here as well in terms of capacity building. So that's my takeaway.
My takeaway is it's my first time to this event, and it's a great event. The one thing which I see is that the industry is eager to move forward and fast, and that's the key. The other thing which I notice is talking with the most of the companies here, the interest and belief in the R&D, which is the backbone of the growth and the innovation, and also the openness to collaborate. So these are some of the three characteristics which I found at this platform, which is very unique and very interesting.
Yeah, I would just echo a lot of those comments. I think, there's a lot of complementarity between Canada, Saskatchewan, and the journey that Saudi Arabia is on. I think that, they're interested in moving very quickly, but also very much looking for partnerships. And I think that this is a place where Saskatchewan and our expertise and our companies can really play a critical role. And I would also just give a shout out. The government of Saskatchewan has representation here in the region. Kyle, stand up and wave to the crowd. And so if anybody wants to know more about Saskatchewan, you can come to the Canada booth. And we will have Kyle interact, and any further questions, we're happy to continue the discussion. So thanks so much for your attention today.
Well, what a great way to end it. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Thank you to the rest of our panelists today. And as Ms. Banks mentioned, please see us, come see us here at the show or through our representative in the region. And if anybody in the sector happens to be coming to Canada for PDAC in March, Saskatchewan will have a large presence there as well, not only institutionally, but our companies there, and we will be happy to continue the conversation in Canada at any time. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please, if you can just take a seat, it'd be wonderful. I would appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be moderating yet another panel here at the Future Minerals Forum. I hope you had a wonderful conference so far. The panel that we are going to be able to assist to is probably one of the most interesting of the program, I believe. We're going to be talking about a country, Pakistan, that holds immense capacities in becoming one of the juggernauts of mining in the future, that holds tremendous potential for exploration in key minerals, both critical minerals and precious metals, and that is, on the side of Saudi Arabia, one of the key jurisdictions that investors and mining companies should focus on. It's a real pleasure to be moderating this panel for the next 90 minutes, where you're going to be able to hear from both the ministers from the countries, but also from key actors in Pakistan, mining companies that have been able to successfully develop projects and will tell you about their own experience, sharing with you their expertise. But rather than listen to me when I tell you about the potential from Pakistan to become a real powerhouse of mining, I would like you to pay attention to a movie that will tell you all that you need to know about the country. Thank you very much for launching the movie.
Pakistan for centuries has carried a promise in its soil, a promise of resources carrying remarkable potential. More than 60% of the country's outcrop contains significant mineralization. Beneath this land lies a hidden prize. The Tethyan Metallogenic Belt, one of the world's most significant metallogenic zones, overlaps Pakistan's geography. Located within this Chagai magmatic arc of the Tethyan Belt lies one of the world's largest copper gold projects. Also within this region lies a project in production since the 70s. In Pakistan's first blister copper was produced. Mining blocks being carved into licenses and granted to a diverse mix of domestic and international players. The Tethyan endowment aside, Pakistan sits on a wider mineral and metal suite which extends across various provinces and regions in the country's geography, ranging from metals, industrial minerals, dimension stones, energy sources, gemstones, and high-value rare earth elements such as cobalt, tungsten, and pockets of lithium. Pakistan's mining renaissance is timed aptly with the global resurgence in the mining sector. Demand for metals and minerals that feeds the requirements of the artificial intelligence age in the clean, renewable energy global shift is on the rise. Pakistan showcases advantages for investors with strong telecommunications networks, low operating costs, and established banking sector. These, coupled with the country's strategic location, makes it a mining destination of choice. Its youthful population is a game changer for the mining sector. By tailoring education and establishing local training centers, the country is empowering a new generation of skilled workers ready to drive the industry forward. Resources move where connectivity exists, and the government of Pakistan sees this moment as an opportunity to connect potential with progress. From highways and laying rail networks connecting mining zones to Pakistan's deep-sea ports at Karachi and Gwadar, a coordinated national push is underway to strengthen infrastructure, to creating trade zones with liberalized concessions and establishing a competitive, incentive-based fiscal regime. Through decisive trust-building measures and harmonized mining regulations, the government of Pakistan is shaping a stronger, more investor-friendly climate. The Special Investment Facilitation Council operates as a one-window platform, streamlining all aspects of Pakistan's mining sector. Since its inception in 2023, it has led the country's first mining summit, now evolved into the annual Pakistan Minerals Investment Forum, hosted in Islamabad. Through the National Mineral Data Center, the government of Pakistan has delivered a world-class digital platform, bringing together geological intelligence and licensing data, setting a standard reached by only a few countries globally. As the world searches for new mineral frontiers, Pakistan stands poised to receive global players in its mining arena. The vision is clear, the direction is set, the momentum is building. Backed by decades of upstream experience, Pakistan's state-owned and private sector companies bring established supply chains, a skilled workforce, and deep-rooted relationships with local communities. Today, these national champions are expanding into mining, emerging as natural, trusted partners in the country's evolving mining landscape. Today, Pakistan stands ready to unleash its mining potential and accelerate its mineral revolution.
I do believe that this movie actually does a great job introducing you to some of the key elements that makes Pakistan such an incredible jurisdiction for the future. One of the key assets of Pakistan also is its closeness and compatibility with the current revolution here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the mining industry. Pakistan enjoys a close proximity and close friendship with Saudi Arabia for many years, and also can actually build or provide the key mineral that are so essential to this region. To be able to tell you more about this, I would very much like to welcome the Deputy Minister for Mineral Resources here of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Belushi, also my close friend. Mr. Abdurrahman, if you can come here, that'd be wonderful. As you want. Did you want to give some notes? Okay. So maybe sit, yes. No. Thank you very much. Abdurrahman, if you could, Mr. Al-Belushi, sorry, if you could actually maybe start this panel by telling us about the importance of Pakistan, the history of the relationship between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, the capacity of the country to be part of this revolution that we're seeing here in the kingdom in terms of mineral production. That'd be wonderful. Thank you, Abdurrahman.
Everyone. Now it's on. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Your Excellency, thank you for having me, and what a great pleasure to be seeing a full crowd interested in Pakistan geology, but also Pakistan opportunity. The friendship and the partnership we share with Pakistan is deep, historic, and it's part of our heritage. Really appreciate seeing all great friends and family around in the crowd joining us here in Riyadh at the Future Minerals Forum. Answering your question, Remy, in the Canadian Fraser Institute, in their survey about mining investment attractiveness, they've been doing this for more than 30 years, and they survey investors every year. How do you do your investment decision? 60% of that decision depends on the geological potential. Does this country own and possess large deposits? Could it produce large deposits? And that every year the same routine continues. And the answer is always 60% of my decision, more or less, depends on geological potential. In Pakistan, you've already checked that mark. With the possession of Reko Diq, Sindek, and that Tethyan metallogenic belt, we all know, the entire world know that these deposits are there and we can find them. And the beauty about it is that it's exposed, it's on the surface. There is no vegetation cover it. You could do a lot of these geophysical surveys, geochemical surveys, and analysis, quickly drill it. It's all accessible. Now, the other 40% of that decision depends on the policy framework that the government would put together to enable this investment. These are about your geological database and the quality of it, your mineral laws and the clarity of it, your permitting process and how quick it can happen. And what we've seen over the course of the past 3 years, the SIFC and the new government of Pakistan has made sure that all these boxes are continuously checked, one after the other. So kudos to you and what you've accomplished. Now it's just a question of time. We can wait to see all this great copper being produced from the Chagha region, and for new success stories, new explorers, the newcomers to come in, and where we see the list of these 3 companies become 30 and to become 300, hopefully.
Thank you. As you can see, we're also blessed with the presence of the Minister for Petroleum, Mr. Ali Pervez Malik. It's a real pleasure to have you here. Talking about blessing, Pakistan is blessed with so many resources that needs to be untapped. To be able to do this, Pakistan has done an incredible job of reforming a series of different regulations, trying to provide the key incentives that will attract the well-developing companies, the ones having the right best practices, to be also providing the right framework for investors. Can you maybe walk us through the journey over the last few months and years that Pakistan has gone through to become such an attractive jurisdiction?
Rene, thank you for the invitation. I think despite a very comprehensive video presentation, I think it is better that, since you have asked me to navigate through the journey that Pakistan has walked over the last many years, we've put a few slides in order, and I can take you through the presentation. I think that will provide a better pathway into the progress and the people behind this achievement. And I think if you allow, and with the permission of my brother, I can go to the podium and take you through the presentation. Thank you. Presentation hai ji lage mein? Okay. Bismillah Rahman Rahim. First of all, let me start by congratulating His Excellency, the Deputy Minister Belushi, for holding a very successful summit. I think this summit, this forum could not have been held at a more appropriate time, because today, despite the sluggish growth that we see in the world, the demand for critical minerals is skyrocketing as the world transitions from the existing space and moving towards cleaner technologies, where the intensity, the energy intensity is also increasing. And if you go by various estimates, in the next 10 years leading up to 2040. S&P says that the copper demand, I'm just taking an example, is going to go up by 50%. World Bank thinks it's going to be 100%. So I think it's important that we use forums such as the FMF and the PMIF, which we will also be hosting shortly. And we try to bring as much incremental demand as possible to meet this growing demand, because the traditional supplies are on the decline. So I think that is the whole objective. And I commend my brother, Mr. Balushi, His Excellency Al Khuraif, and our brother, His Excellency Khalid Al Mudaffar, for steering this journey and making Pakistan a part of this process. So I'm grateful for that. So now coming to the presentation that I have to make, I think it is very important to firstly acknowledge the public and private sector organizations which have supported Pakistan in its mineral sector development, as well as the pavilion that we have set up at FMF. And I think this partnership reflects the growing national alignment behind the mineral sector development agenda. And I think that is the point that I want to drive home by illustrating the companies that continue to come into this space. And I encourage all the delegates to also visit the pavilion and meet our teams and learn firsthand what Pakistan has to offer in the mineral landscape. So the next slide is, So on the potential that Pakistan has to offer, I think the potential is quite diversified, frankly speaking. We've just tried to put it on a heat map, illustrating various indications of various minerals spanning over the entire Pakistani landscape, because as my brother, the Deputy Minister, illustrated, I think the potential is huge. We've shown some indications of the quantum of resource that we have and what we are trying to harness. So if you look at the copper deposits, the gold deposits, the silver deposits, they're well in excess of 8,000 million tons. And it is the same for lead, zinc, and all the other critical minerals. So this is the kind of potential that we want to harness by partnering with reliable international partners and multilaterals and capital providers. So that's the aspiration for us to work towards. So coming to the Tethyan Belt, which is highly prospective, as our brother, the Deputy Minister Balushi said, Pakistan houses around 2,000 to 2,500 kilometers of this highly prospective belt. And Chaghi is the starting point from where this belt enters Pakistan, starts from Eastern Europe, passes through various countries, enters Pakistan around Chaghi, then goes up north and exits from the north. And this is internationally recognized for the prospectivity of the resources that are there. And mind you, when we say Pakistan is an unexplored treasure, it is because that despite this high prospectivity, it is also the least drilled, least sampled, and the least mapped resource potential in the world. So this is what we are trying to change. And Rene, this is the potential that we are all trying to work towards with the help of this esteemed house. So moving on to the next slide, I think Chaghi, all of us are aware of. It's considered one of the few greenfield copper districts because the traditional sources of supply are on the wane and the demand is skyrocketing. As I mentioned in the opening remarks, S&P says the copper demand is expected to go up by 50% till 2040. World Bank says it's expected to double by 2040. So what the government is trying to do is reduce the friction within the system so that we can enable capital to come in and funnel this resource, reduce the ambiguity and reduce the uncertainty in the process so that we can guide this transition and be a partner in meeting this additional demand of copper, which is required to electrify the world, because you're all aware as transport moves towards EVs and we require more copper because a combustion engine vehicle, and when you compare it to an EV vehicle, an EV vehicle requires 4 times the amount of copper. So that is the kind of demand potential that you're looking at. So we see Chari as playing a key role in meeting that demand. The government is fully committed to enabling this resource to be harnessed, and we are building the entire infrastructure around that. That is where the rail connectivity with Karachi is being re-emphasized, and as more and more blocks come online, we will hopefully put up a new connection, a new infrastructure railway line connecting Gwadar with this highly prospective location, and at the same time develop an industrial park where we will have the refining facilities to integrate this entire ecosystem into the national strategy of mineral sector development. So moving on to what Pakistan has done to improve the viability of promoting its credentials as a viable destination, I think we've got everything that is needed to meet this demand. We've got labor which is talented and available at a very competitive price. We have the logistics in play. We have access to reliable energy sources, and we have a regulatory regime which is comparable to the best jurisdictions in the world. International lenders are now considering Pakistan as a viable investment destination. And when I come to the RECODIC project and the kind of fundraising that we have been able to do, that will be very reassuring for this audience to understand that Pakistan is now a serious contender for patient capital, which is needed to build these multi-year projects. I think the commitment to the highest standards of ESG is also something that is very dear to Pakistan, and we want to promote it in the best possible manner that any country can possibly do. So moving on to how this process is being navigated, I told you about the harmonization of the regulatory framework, because as per the constitutional scheme in Pakistan, minerals are a provincial subject, and I'm grateful that we have representation from all the provinces of Pakistan today, which manifests the buy-in that the entire country has for the development of this sector. So with the help of SIFC and the military establishment, we have been able to harmonize the regulatory framework so that the investors do not have to go through multiple reams of paper to understand the environment in which they're operating. This environment, with the help of experienced consultants like White & Case, Wood Mackenzie, has been benchmarked with the best jurisdictions in the world, whether it be Kazakhstan, whether it be Saudi Arabia, whether it be Chile, to provide a competitive environment. Investor facilitation is being done through SIFC, which is a one-window shop where all the federal agencies, all the provincial agencies are available to guide the investors. Then the basis and the foundation of the mineral sector is based on the geological data that is available. So a huge exercise to revitalize the geological survey of Pakistan has been undertaken. Modern labs have been built up. Field formations have been strengthened. Gilgit office has been opened up. The entire digitization exercise is being done, which was shown in the video that we did. And I will also briefly touch upon it once I go to the next slide, hopefully. So this is how the licensing arrangement is being worked out. I told you how the ESG standards are being done, how we have adopted a sliding scale royalty mechanism to ensure that all these partners coming into the mineral environment gradually, as the critical mass develops, move up the value curve and are incentivized to set up refining facilities in Pakistan, and then that is where the integration with the mineral park will happen and the ecosystem will be developed. So that is also being considered by the government. I have also touched upon the SIFC and how that is trying to facilitate the potential investors in seeking private patient capital. I've talked about the revitalization of the Geological Survey of Pakistan. This is a very recent activity that was undertaken in October, 17th of October. A modern state-of-the-art lab, which is JOC compliant, ISO compliant, has been set up. All materials would be tested here. We've strengthened the field formations. We've set up a camp office in Gilgit-Baltistan because that is again a very prospective area of Pakistan. So moving on to the digitization effort, all the geological maps, all the geological data, all this is being gathered and consolidated at one location. This module, this page is going to be formally launched in April this year, but it is available for demonstration to any of the parties who are interested in viewing it, and I would urge you to visit the Pakistan Pavilion and see how this exercise and how this consolidation of data is being managed. Moving on to, and this is just a slide showing you that the page is up and running. All the data has been mapped. It was also shown in the video, and it's also available in the Pakistan Pavilion. Moving on to the journey, and Renee, what you talked about. I think the journey has been interesting. It would not have been possible without the widespread ownership of the agenda, especially at the highest level, at the level of the Prime Minister, at the level of the Field Marshal, and then trickling down to every single officer working in this space. And as you see, the first serious formalized mining project came online in 2002. We will be hearing from the representative of the MCC. Mr. Liu is also here. He will tell us how that happened, because before that, this entire exercise was being done in the informal sector. And this is where the concerted effort to formalize the entire development strategy was thrashed out. And that took us to the next project, which was again developed by MCC. Then there was another project in Waziristan, which is a copper project. Then Thar, which is one of the largest lignite deposits in the world, is also housed in Pakistan, in Tharparkar. That was brought in line. Then you have the BLZ project, which is exporting material to Saudi companies like Aramco, and which is looking to grow and further build its potential. Moving on, you have the Reko Diq project, for which I am proud to state here before you that we've been able to close the financial round for the project. We've brought in multilaterals, whether it be the US Exim Bank, whether it be the JBIC, and a capital raising round of $3.5 billion has been closed. The similar amount of equity is also being injected into the project, and by late 2028, we are hopeful that Reko Diq will be online and will contribute around 400,000 tons of copper worth around $3 billion, which is 10% of Pakistan's export today, to the overall export basket, and be a standard setter for the mineral sector development of Pakistan. And then there is also the Siadik project and many other similar projects that we continue to work towards with our international partners. So moving on to the last couple of slides that I have, this is just a picture of the event that we hosted in April 2025. My brother, the Deputy Minister, attended it in person, and I am grateful for him and the entire industries and mineral resources team of Saudi Arabia was there. Many MOUs were signed off. More than 50 countries attended. The delegates, I think, were in excess of 5,000, and we hope to make this just like FMF, annual event on the mining calendar of the world, which takes me to the last slide, that the next FMIF, the PMIF, the Pakistan Mineral Investment Forum, the third edition of that is to be held on 8th and 9th April of 2026. We are expecting a huge participation. The registrations have crossed over 10,000. We are expecting a lot of international delegates to come in, and the theme of this event will be Beyond Reko Diq, because now that we have set the standard of the aspirations that we want to build in the mineral space, we want all the international partners to come in, seriously consider the opportunities that Pakistan has to offer, seriously consider the incentives and the red carpet that the government is trying to roll out for the business community, and enable us to meet that growing demand of minerals and be a partner in this journey to power the energy requirements of the world. So in the end, I would just like to once again thank you for coming and attending this summit. I look forward to continued engagement with all of you, and I will welcome all the exploration and mining companies, service companies, knowledge providers, financiers, governments at the summit in April, and I thank you for your patience and word. Thank you very much. Thank you, brother. No, very kind.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. It was a very interesting presentation. I strongly encourage mining companies and investors to come to the PMIF 8th and 9th of April, right? To just focus on those dates. And we probably will be both of us here. I think we're going to be having in the next panel a series of presentations from mining companies that are operating in Pakistan, exploring in Pakistan, get their experience. But before that, I believe there's an exchange of gifts between His Excellency Abdulrahman Baluchi and yourself, the Honorable Minister. So I will maybe let this be organized on the exchange of gifts, please, if you can do it.
This is just a small. You were missing in action the other day. So this is just a small. Thank you. Pleasure. Very kind of you. Just a small. Thank you. That's another area where Pakistan specializes. It had ordered carpets. Thank you, very kind of you. Thank you for finding time and being with us. It means a lot to us.
Absolutely, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Very kind of you, brother. Thank you. Thank you.
One. Thank you.
आप छोड़ो जाके आप छोड़ के ये बगैर साहब जा रहे हैं साथ। थैंक यू ब्रदर।
Thank you for setting the stage. I very much appreciate it. As I was mentioning, I think the most interesting part is also to hear from the actual actors of the Pakistani mining sector. I'm very happy and honored to welcome here on the stage a few of them. So if Mr. Ahmed Ayat Lak, which is the MD and CEO of the Oil and Gas Development Company Limited, could actually join us, please. I appreciate it. Mr. Fawad Mukhtar, Chairman of the Pak Saudi Joint Business Council and of Fatima Group, please join us. Mr. Liu Sangtao, the Vice President of NCC Tongxing Resources Limited. And last but not least, Mr. Stephen Moss, Senior Legal Counsel at Barrick Mining Corporation. Very much appreciate your presence. Gentlemen, again, it's a real pleasure to have you here on this panel. We've been hearing from the Honorable Minister about how interesting is the potential of Pakistan. Maybe my first question would be for you, Ahmed Ayat-Lak. Your company is one of the largest in Pakistan, initially focused on energy, but now you're actually a key actor of the mining sector. Can you actually explain your journey and your transition and this diversification in a new sector? I would very much like to hear from you.
Thank you very much. I think, first of all, by way of introduction, Oil and Gas Development Company is the largest upstream company in the oil and gas sector in Pakistan. And also by way of market capitalization is also the largest entity in the country. Our core business is definitely oil and gas, but we were lucky that the opportunity of making an investment in the Reko Diq project came our way, and we were lucky that we were able to grab that opportunity. And ever since that we have become part of the Reko Diq project, it has given us this assurance and has emboldened us to consider mining as part of our diversification strategy. As we speak, OGDCL is currently under serious discussions and negotiations with the private sector, with the public sector, even international mining companies which are potentially interested in Pakistan for the purposes of forging new ventures. And as the Minister has earlier mentioned, now the idea is to move beyond Reko Diq. So at this point in time, OGDCL, by virtue of being the largest entity in the country, is fully committed towards investing in the minerals and mining sector. And going forward, mining sector and our business in the minerals is going to be one of our major revenue streams. And especially in the wake of the mineral sector partnership that OGDCL signed at the Pakistan Investment Forum, Minerals Investment Forum in 2025, we are going to take the journey and take tangible steps in terms of our investment and taking it forward. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Maybe turning to you, if you don't mind, Mr. Mukhtar. You are the chairman of the Pak Saudi Council and probably one of the key pillars of the friendship between the kingdom and Pakistan. But you're also the leader of the largest conglomerate, the Fatima Group, which I understand is very active in fertilizers, but also in a series of other different sectors and commodities and sectors. I would really like to understand, the kind of move that you've done to turn towards the mining sector, especially through Global Core, which is, if I understand well, the vehicle that you built to address the mining sector.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to start with what our Honorable Minister presented about Pakistan. And you see so many of our Pakistani top leaders from public and private sector being present at this conference. It shows the changing mood of Pakistan's private sector towards mining industry. Coming to Global Core, it comprises 5 of the largest business groups of the country, from real estate to pharmaceuticals to textiles to investments. So they are part of this consortium, which is investing into Chaghi district and also has undertaken the first placer gold project in the country. So, Rennie, you know the private sector does a lot of research, a lot of initiative because it's their own hard-earned money that you put in. So, you see now the private sector of Pakistan in the forefront in the mining development in the country. And that is what our Honorable Minister said, because of excellent ecosystem. And the advantage Pakistan now has, unlike other countries like Chile, we see this Chaghi belt as a replica of Andean belt of Chile. And what we see, the difference is that we are starting new. So we can follow the lead, the ESG, the whole modern eco-green mining systems that no one has done yet. So this gives us that advantage which no other country has. And about Saudi Pakistan, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman has a special relationship with Pakistan. Under his guidance and our Field Marshal General Asim and the Prime Minister is focusing on developing this business-to-business relationship between the countries. We have a very strong, our Honorable Ambassador is here, we have a very strong political and relationship, but now is the time for business-to-business relationship. And we are working on it, and I see a very strong interest coming in from our Saudi brethren in the mining and other sectors in the country.
I appreciate this participation here. The success of the Pakistani mining sector is also the fact that Pakistan was able to attract, under the leadership of the minister, which actually might join us again on stage if you want to join us, is also the capacity to attract key international players. And we do have here Liu Santao, which is the Vice President of MCC Tongsin. My understanding is that you actually were able to be very successful in Pakistan thanks to a partnership with the Pakistani company Saindak Metals. Can you actually explain us how you were able to build that partnership and what is the next steps for your company in Pakistan?
Thank you. MCC Tongsin Resources Limited is actually a state-owned company of China and also one of the subsidiaries of China Minmetals. We have a long history of working in the mineral mining sector in Pakistan. Back to 1990s, we signed a contract with Saindak Metals Limited, which the MD is there. We built and constructed this mining Saindak copper and gold project on a turnkey basis. And then in 1995, the trial production of Saindak produced the first blister copper for Pakistan. The Saindak copper gold project is a very significant project for Pakistan because it is the first non-ferrous metal mining project of Pakistan, and it is so far the only one comprising of mining, beneficiation, and smelter and smelting process for Pakistan. Actually, the copper reserves or the total reserves of Saindak is not that much good as compared with Recal or any other mining companies or mining projects in the world. The copper grade of Saindak is hardly 0.3 to 0.4% of gold, of copper, and 0.1 gram of gold, which is very low. However, we have achieved 89.5% of copper recovery ratio in the beneficiation process, which is really remarkable in such a low grade of copper reserves. Actually, as just mentioned by His Excellency Minister of Petroleum, MCC is now working on finalizing some new copper mining projects in Balochistan, and hopefully it will come up very soon together with our counterpart Recal. And to sum it up, our experience of working in mining sector in Pakistan is a really positive and good one. And as for any other foreign investors who have the interest to come to work in mineral mining sector in Pakistan.
I appreciate that, Liu Santao. When we talk about Pakistan, everybody thinks about Reko Diq and the staggering reserve that they have, the capacity that he has to be driving the future of the Pakistani mining sector. Stephen, can I turn to you and ask you about the experience that you've been having in Pakistan so far, the last few months and years, the key progress that Barrick has done in the country? I would love to hear from you.
Sure. And firstly, thank you for having me, and thank you to the Minister for his comments, and well done to the Pakistan team on the setup of their pavilion. It's really fantastic. I think, as most people know, the Reko Diq project was reconstituted at the end of 2022 as a partnership between Barrick, Government of Balochistan, and the Government of Pakistan. And since then, there's really been a significant amount of work at the project level to get it to where it is now. Firstly, that starts with the local community engagement piece and the information sharing. And I guess given the sheer scale and the greenfield nature of the project, and also the associated ancillary infrastructure that's going to be required to develop it, we've had to be substantively and actively engaged across all levels of government, both in the province of Balochistan and at the federal level in the province of and other provinces. So what that's really required is, engagement with the district governments in Chaghi, with engagement with the Mines and Mineral Department of Balochistan, with the environmental regulators in Balochistan, with environmental regulators and other regulators in other provinces, with the federal ministries, and with the federal government themselves. And I think two key points, have really helped us in that process. Firstly, is the ability that we've had to attract and deploy talent in Pakistan and have people on the ground there working really hard. And secondly, it's the initiatives that have been mentioned here today already. It's the SIFC and even the Prime Minister's sort of specialist project support teams. And they've been really effective in sort of centralizing and aligning some of these functions and really creating an efficient development process for us. And look, I think the proof is in the pudding to some extent. What we've been able to do at Reko Diq in what is a relatively short period of time to get it through the development and approval and the permitting process has been quite something. And I think that's been really pleasing to see from Barrick's perspective and hopefully from all of our stakeholders in Pakistan.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Maybe to you again, Honourable Minister. When we talk about Barrick, we have one of the key mining companies in the world that operates both in Pakistan and in Saudi Arabia. And that's a good example of all this compatibility between the two great countries that we are looking at today. Can you explain a little bit more that capacity of Pakistan to potentially supply the minerals for the constructions here in Saudi Arabia, and maybe the next few steps that you're going to have in terms of building further bridges between the two countries and bringing good companies?
So, Rene, I would just like to state that what has happened over the last couple of years is that at the highest level of leadership, we have made this paradigm shift where we want to enable capital to trickle into these multi-year investments and not act as the gatekeepers, because these are the elements that are needed to fuel and power the growth that we have to make if we have to improve the lives and continue with the growth journey that we see around us. So I think that fundamental change is what has recalibrated that entire strategy. The potential, the Tethyan Belt, passing through the whole of Pakistan to the extent of 2,000 kilometers, the prospectivity, that is well established. Now we have to enable and just get out of the way for the private sector and these mining companies to come in, do the exploration work, use the basic data and the analysis that the GSP will provide them, do the basic exploration work, do the mineral resource sizing, and then go out and raise that capital, proving and showcasing the credentials and the ESG compliances that these companies will uphold, and get the capital in, because mind you, Rene, this is not just capital that you're seeking. This is patient capital that you're seeking, because these projects, as Steve said, are multi-year commitments in a world that is challenged, that is beset with a lot of strife. So we have to provide that certainty, that assurance to all these operators that the government of Pakistan, that the state of Pakistan is standing behind that. The Pakistan is open for business, and we will enable them to harness this potential and fuel the transition towards greater electrification of the world.
Wonderful. Maybe turning to you, Mr. Lack. I didn't mention the diversification of OGDCL is going through, now addressing the mining sector. Can you tell us the next steps for your group into the mining sector itself, and how you benefit from the series of reforms and incentives that the Pakistani government has put in place?
So I think there's a decision by an oil and gas company to diversify into the mining sector. Obviously, it had to be dictated by commercial considerations and to have an evaluation and a feel about the overall ecosystem. So first and foremost was the prospectivity part, on which we took the right decision and became part of the Reko Diq project. But going forward, it was important that we see whether there are other prospective areas, what is the regulatory framework, how will we be treated as an investor, will we be able to find the right partners, the right technology, the right services. So all these factors put together nudged us towards taking a decision that as part of our diversification strategy, mineral sector is the best suited and the most sustainable way forward for a company like OGDCL. So I'm happy to mention that we were sort of assured to the fullest. And that helped us in taking a decision towards moving towards the mineral sector as part of our diversification business. So this is a message actually to the potential investors as well, that notwithstanding that oil and gas development company is a public sector organization, but the decisions are taken purely on commercial considerations. That is why it continues to be the number one at the Pakistan Stock Exchange. So the message is that a company which is already invested in the mineral sector is pursuing a path of expansion in the same sector. We are looking forward towards forging new joint ventures. We would welcome service providers, equipment manufacturers, consultants to undertake world-class and provide us world-class services to the mineral sector. During the course of the event of this forum, we had very fruitful interactions with all those who are relevant to the mineral sector and who have interest in investing in Pakistan in whatever form they would be able to.
I appreciate the answer. Mr. Mukhtar, I know that the Fatima Group has made a couple of acquisitions recently. Global Core has a very interesting path in front of it. Can you tell us a little bit about the milestone that you're trying to achieve for the next coming of years? What are you trying to, the key projects that you suggest investors to look at in your portfolio that might be very relevant to the audience?
As I earlier explained, Global Core is a consortium of 5 companies. And our first joint venture has been with Maari Minerals, again, one of the largest petroleum companies, and they also entered the mining sector. And with the private sector now with them, we have already started drilling in an area which is next to Reko Diq and have started that drilling program. In addition to that, Global Core has one lease license already and is in discussions for another license, and also in the antimony. So we are currently, we have already hired international top geologists. As I earlier said, we are benchmarking this based on our industrial experience of 90 years into developing a whole green initiative. We are already ESG, we are the first group to be ESG certified by United Nations. So the whole plan is to benchmark on that experience that we have already. So in this way, the private sector, inshallah, will be at the forefront in this mining journey that our Honorable Minister just explained in detail. So we feel, as private sector, we have another consortium, which is NRL, where we have 3 partners, Fatma, Lucky, and Liberty. Our Honorable board member is also here, General Asim. So we started that about 5 years ago. So we are making good progress on that, and hopefully, inshallah, at the PMIF 26, we'll make some good announcements in that joint venture also. So now you can judge that the private sector, if 8 of the top companies of Pakistan are investing into this sector, that means there is something dramatic happening. So this, coupled with the government support and the interest of international investors like MCC, Reko Diq. Reko Diq has been, in fact, the leader in bringing in the whole services sector, including the machinery, the mining techniques into the country, and now are in the process of training people. We have also started a training program for the young graduates in Pakistan, especially in the Chaghi area and Balochistan. We are training them and trying to bring them on board so that in this journey they can learn firsthand. Sandvik has been there for last 30 years. So this whole system is going to help the private sector take the lead in this in the very near future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukhtar. Turning to you, Liu, if you don't mind. We've already talked about the capacity of MCCT to build joint ventures locally on the Sandiak project. How do you work also with the government, with local communities, with local entities? Can you tell us the journey and your engagement there, and potentially the milestone that you're trying to hit in the future?
Before answer your question, let me give some more context to the project. Sandak is located in the remotest area in Balochistan, neighboring Pakistan, Iran, and Afghan border. It's hardly 30 kilometers away from the border, but 350 kilometers away from the major city, that is Dar Banding. So the project is located in a Phang Phulang area with barren land and sparsely populated. So it is not easy to work in such a location to operate such a big mining project. However, we have a good cooperation and connection with local authorities, local government, and our local partners as well, Sandak Metals Limited. The experience of our cooperation with our local partner are really, our local partner are really instrumental to us in helping us to manage the local issues. The local partners, they know more about the local people, the local mindset, the regulatory authorities, and the local sensitivities. They help us in managing a lot of local expectations from the governments and from the local tribes. And secondly, our local partners, they have already established their supply chain system in the region and other management system as well. Frankly speaking, to manage this transportation of import and exports from the project far away from nowhere is really difficult. And our local partners helped us in managing this local transportation as well, and for local procurement as well. Whenever there are any issues facing by the project of local transportation and local procurement, our partners will come up to help to coordinate with local government and local authorities to resolve all the issues. And another thing is, the local partner, they have their sources of local manpower, the workforce. We, together with Sandak Metals Limited, built a technical training center in Dar Banding to give training to the local talents that can be technically qualified for working in the modern mining projects. And together with our partner, we have done a lot of other social uplift activities, like provision of this free electricity supplies, potable water, free medical care and education to the local localities, and also give a lot of help to the local government for this disaster reliefs. Generally, the cooperation with our local partner and the assistance or help from local government is really helpful to us as a foreign investor and operator in Balochistan in the mining sector, which enables us to work smoothly and to process the project where it stands now today.
Thank you very much. Stephen, to you, the next question. Mr. Mokhtar really mentioned the importance of Reko Diq as an anchor of the mining sector in Pakistan of the future, bringing new equipment, new technology, anything that will actually help shape and facilitate the introduction of new actors. Can you tell us the next steps for Reko Diq? What is the timeline in terms of production? What are the next milestones that you're trying to achieve?
Yeah, sure. So the project feasibility study was delivered and approved last year, and that included a really comprehensive environmental social impact assessment, which was really on the back of a substantive sort of community engagement program. And as the Minister highlighted, those CSR initiatives and that engagement with the local community is really critical to ensuring that we have our social license to press forward. So that was all done last year and is ongoing. I guess as part of that and from day one, as Mr. Liu highlighted, we've continued to invest in those CSR initiatives. I think we've now spent over $10 million in building those new schools and developing the education facilities, the technical training facilities, the healthcare facilities, new hospitals, and really sort of providing these basic services to these fairly remote communities, which, from a business and a government perspective is great, but also from a human perspective is really pleasing to see. So that's all been really positive for us. On the sort of more project-y side, we've got Fleur fully on board now as the main project EPCM, and they're really driving the engineering process for us. The construction activities at site continue to ramp up. I think we've got almost over 3,000 people now mobilised to the Reko Diq site, which again, when you think about the time frame which we've been operating, is quite impressive and a testament to everyone that's been involved. The focus on local jobs and local hiring also remains. I think over 75% of RDMC's direct workforce is from the province of Balochistan, so that all bodes really well for us. And then, as you mentioned, this procurement of major mining equipment, it really continues and has continued throughout the feasibility study. So I think total project capex now is nearing 900 million. And that's allowed us to engage in these procurement activities with the likes of Komatsu, Metso, Weir, and many of these other sort of industry leaders. And I think the pleasing thing about that is, the scale of Reko Diq and the access which the government and our stakeholders have provided in Pakistan has meant that not only are we able to sort of procure from industry leaders, but those industry leaders are now coming into Pakistan. They're setting up their own industries, they're setting up their own services, and that hopefully will drive local job creation and economic development, which is sort of indirect and ancillary to Reko Diq, but for the benefit of everyone. So, things are going well from a project perspective, and then again, as the Minister mentioned, we're in the sort of penultimate stages of finalising this senior debt lending package, which will be a big milestone for the project and a big milestone for Pakistan as well. That's led by a large consortium of multi-development banks and international agencies. So we're looking forward to advancing that as well.
Very good. Gentlemen, I have a last round of questions for each of you. When I look at the potential for development for Pakistan in attracting the need to attract new mining companies, good exploring companies, I think about what Saudi Arabia was able to do already 5 years ago. I mean, this is the 5th version of the FMF. Saudi Arabia was able to attract key companies, good exploration companies, and Power Metallic, Grey Ridge Resources, Brunswick Exploration, by building partnership with Canada, with South Africa, with Brazil, with Australia. I was with Abdulrahman Al-Balushi in Peru in October, trying to convince and bringing companies also from Latin America here in Saudi Arabia. Can you explain what Pakistan is doing in terms of their bilateral relationship with some of the key mining countries, Canada, Australia, South Africa? Is that part of your strategy to build those partnerships?
So, Rene, you're absolutely correct. But before I come to that, I just want to pick up the thread from what Stephen was saying. Reko Diq is not just a project for Pakistan. It is the standard setter, the torch bearer of the mineral sector strategy for Pakistan. So the highest standards of ESG governance, health, safety requirements, this is what we want to inculcate in our mining ecosystem. So hence the PMIF initiative. We will be hosting the 3rd initiative. The theme this year is Beyond Reko Diq, because that is where Mr. Mukhtar comes in, that is where Mr. Luck comes in, this is where the entire ecosystem is being developed. And once the prospectivity is established and all the exploratory work is done, then we can move towards the global giants, the Madins of the world, the Minaras of the world, to bring credibility, to bring patient capital to the table so that we can scale up this enterprise. And I would just like to close my remark with this comment that when His Excellency Al-Khuraif opened this conference, he said that we are now trying to lead a cause which is to ensure a seamless supply of critical minerals to fuel this transition to greater electrification and cleaner technologies. And mind you, I am not touching upon the extremely energy-intensive opportunities developing in the AI space and the data center space. So the opportunities are tremendous. What we need to do is ensure that Pakistan is open for business. Pakistan has that stability in its geopolitical positioning, in its economic landscape, that all these players can continue to do their work and the government can just protect them in delivering the dividends that the world requires today to meet these requirements.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Turning to you, Mr. Lack, we all know in Pakistan about the energy capacity of Pakistan. You were a key actor, you're still a key actor of the energy sector in Pakistan. The Honorable Minister has mentioned the development of regulations that are very attractive for the mining sector. There was a wonderful job done by Wood Mackenzie, Patrick Barnes and his team to be able to put this in place. I'd like, from your perspective, that you know so much about the energy sector, to explain to us how the new regulations in place are so relevant to attract good investors and good companies in Pakistan.
So, for any business to actually take a decision, the element of certainty is important. Standardization is important. So this entire exercise has actually helped. And when we say harmonization of the legal system, dealing with the mineral sector, it means that we will have standardization of the regulatory framework, of the legal framework. One. Second, in terms of the processes for the purposes of filing the application, how it is to be decided, how it is going to be, what will be the rights and obligations of the parties, what will be the template of the agreements. All these aspects have now been codified and standardized. So from the very outset, the businesses would be absolutely clear in terms of what they are bargaining for, what they are entering into, and with an element of certainty, transparency, and as far as possible, since in the Minister's presentation earlier, we are also moving towards ensuring that the process is digitized. Digitalization, which brings in more transparency, actually. So as a business, this gives us a lot of assurance in terms of how will we be treated. And we are certain that we'll be treated fairly to the best, and we'll take advantage out of these new developments.
I appreciate. Turning to you, Mr. Mukhtar, and a question more addressed to the chairman of the Pak Saudi Joint Business Council. What are the next steps of the collaboration between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia? How this collaboration and this partnership can actually bring the capacity to turn Pakistan into the real mining powerhouse that the reserves on the ground were allowed to be. I would love to hear what you're trying to achieve at the Pak Saudi Joint Business Council.
As I said earlier, there is now a strong interest from the Pakistan and Saudi businesses groups to join hands and do business together. It's not just specific to mining. It's real estate, renewables, new sectors. And we are trying to bring them into mining as well, because they have a much more experience than we have in the mining sector. For example, Globacor, you mentioned. Globacor comprises one of the largest real estate companies, Lake City, pharmaceutical, Hilton Group, then textile, Surti, Fatma, and Dean. So we have diversified companies, and now we are trying to bring all of them to Saudi Arabia and brings our Saudi friends into these companies to invest. And this process is now in a stage where about 15 projects has been shortlisted. They are under banks review. So as soon as the banks review them, because we want to present to them bankable projects. So we will visit here with the help of our ambassador and the government, meet, because on the Saudi side, it is His Highness Prince Mansour, who is the chairman of the council. So he is very keen to introduce the Saudi business groups to our business groups, and then enter into joint venture agreements, not just MOUs, so joint venture agreements. So this is now in the making. So we strongly believe that this relationship will not just be for few real estate or few of the other projects that we are talking. Mining is as our Honorable Minister said, is a long gestation, 10-year, 15-year projects. So you need patience, and you need technology and the capital. So we strongly believe that with the interests of these Pakistani groups, and these are all top-notch companies. We are not talking about any company which is just immaculate reputation, deep pockets. So this is real Pakistan that we are bringing to Saudi Arabia. It's not just the past that has happened. These are all very serious, decades-old family businesses, corporates like OGDCL and Mari. So all these with the best they have in Saudi. So if we get together, we can really make a difference, not just in the mining, but the entire relationship between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia.
That's very good. Mr. Liu, MCCT is an example of a well-behaving Chinese companies. You mentioned clearly how you work with local stakeholders, how you integrate ESG framework into your everyday operations. Often Chinese companies are, unfairly criticized for, the vision that sometimes they don't work correctly, and that's not your case. I was at the Chinese Mining Association conference in Tianjin talking about ESG, and I was surprised about the interest of Chinese companies in those different elements and the capacity to integrate this into sustainable mining protocols. Can you tell us about whether other Chinese companies are likely to come to Pakistan and how these considerations are so important to making mining a sustainable sector for Pakistan?
Thank you. Yes, MCC is the oldest foreign player in Pakistan in mineral mining sector. And I mean, personally, I'm glad to see that the federal government of Pakistan and also provincial governments are improving the regulatory regimes by introducing, all those new policies, as mentioned by His Excellency the Minister. And we have seen over the years that from both federal and provincial governments, they are introducing incentives policies to encourage foreign investors to come in Pakistan. And I'm quite impressive about this new GIS technology, this database. And that is what this most foreign investors want to have for Pakistan, that we can have access to all this data. Where are those minerals and what's the actual conditions or information of those minerals? That will encourage foreign investors to have more confidence in investing or to come to Pakistan and to invest in mineral mining sector. And also, I am glad to see this newly introduced regulatory regime will give a confidence in this fiscal regime as well. That will cover consistent taxation or fiscal policies. That is also one of the biggest concerns of foreign investors to come in a mining project, which is usually billions of dollars of investments, which is have a life cycle of more than 20, 30, or even 50 years. Personally, I see there is a good potential of more foreign investors to come to invest in the mining sector in Pakistan.
Very good. Stephen, I'm going to call upon your legal expertise. When you think about Pakistan, sometimes you read the headlines, you know about past arbitration, you know about some framework that were potentially in the past not up to date or up to standards. I would love to hear from you about now the legal framework in place in Pakistan, the vision from Barrick of how it's possible to work hand in hand with the government, and what kind of progress have been made in Pakistan to attract well-behaving investors.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, it really started for us with the reconstitution of Reko Diq, and that was a somewhat bespoke framework, but it was a framework that was agreed between, Barrick and the government of Pakistan and the government of Balochistan. There was a lot of work done to get that in place. I think the presentation referenced the FIPA, the Foreign Investment Protection Act, which was really important as part of that. And as I mentioned, since we've started the Reko Diq project again, we've also been heavily involved in supporting the government on this regulatory harmonisation process. The teams are working really hard, led by the Mineral Policy Wing, on developing that standardised legal framework, on developing the fiscal regime. And so I think, as has been mentioned, you take that with the technical and the geological foundation which is there, the commercial upside which is clearly available, the copper demand and the demand for all of these other critical minerals. And then you look at the jurisdiction, the Chaghi district, the province of Balochistan in Pakistan, which is really a bit of a frontier for mining. And I think, the conclusion I make is that it's really a win-win opportunity where you can come in, transform the local communities in which you operate, hopefully deliver outsized commercial returns for investors and operators, and then provide access, to the markets for these critical minerals, which everyone is clearly, chasing at an industry level and at a government level, and I think you see it in the market, so, on a daily basis. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Stephen. We're arriving to the closing minutes of the panel. Maybe I'd like to call upon you, Honourable Minister, just for the closing words. What's next for Pakistan? Can you maybe just invite again for the next conference? What do you also try to expect from this conference and hope to get from it?
Firstly, I would like to thank you and all the people who have taken time out to come and actually learn about what opportunities Pakistan has to offer to the world, how the landscape is evolving in Pakistan, because I think the basic ingredient that is needed to mobilize capital is confidence in the process, because as the panelists stressed, these are long gestation projects. So the investors need to be assured and have this confidence that the system is robust enough to withstand turbulence. Because when you're committing billions of dollars, Reko Diq is a $7 billion investment. Once the first phase comes online, it will add a 10% increment to exports of Pakistan, which it has been able to generate after 70, 80 years. So that is the kind of increment, that is the kind of opportunity that we are looking for. So the whole idea of doing this harmonization exercise, benchmarking the legal regulatory framework, benchmarking the fiscal incentives, was to assure the investors that this will be a win-win journey. And since most of these minerals are housed in not so densely populated areas, we also have to ensure that the community's buy-in is there. That is where the spending, which is in millions of dollars in case of RDMC, comes into play. That is what gets the local ownership and reduces the friction that is there to install and operationalize such projects comes in. That is where the royalty structure comes into play, that once you have the critical mass, automatically things and companies like Fatma Group, MCC will move up the value chain, put up the refineries needed to make an even bigger incremental jump to the export potential of the country. And mind you, I again reiterate what His Excellency Al Khoref said. It's a global cause. We should not view it from the lens of geopolitics. We should view it from the lens that these materials are needed if we do not want the growth of the global economies to stall. Because as the world transitions to more intensive technologies, energy incentive technologies, there will be greater and greater reliance on these critical minerals. And Pakistan, by the endowments that we are, handed over by the grace of God, are there, and we need to provide the assurance to all the people willing to consider Pakistan as an investment destination, that the Pakistan government and the state is willing to support in this cause and in this endeavor. So I thank you all, and I look forward to welcoming each and every one of you personally at PMIF, which we plan to hold on 8th and 9th of April. The registrations are open, and I hope to welcome you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that it was a good panel. You learned a lot about Pakistan. Sorry? Oh, there's a gift exchange also. Sorry, I didn't know about this. I will let this, but I do hope that you actually learned a lot about Pakistan, that you're convinced that this is definitely one of the key mining jurisdictions in the future. And I definitely look forward to seeing you in Pakistan in April. Thank you very much.
First, I think you deserve lifting. So this is just a scented candle, and all the details on the minerals are on the box. So I hope you can put it to good use in your office. Thank you. Very kind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name's Andrew Lockie. I'm the Australian Trade Commissioner to Saudi Arabia, and I'm very pleased to be with you this afternoon presenting two panels showcasing Australia's capabilities on a global stage and what some great, fantastic Australian SMEs are doing in the market here in Saudi Arabia. So I want to introduce my first set of panellists, where we're going to be speaking about Australia as a global leader in responsible mining. First up, we have Laurie Cranston, the Business Development Manager for Como Engineering. Nick Doreen, Principal Geoscientist on ASMS Global. Mark Flanagan, Global Trade Leader of Open Pit Engineering at AMC. Stuart Hutchin, Geology Manager at Mining One. Stuart. Steve Coughlin, Executive Chair at Burncut. And Peter Crennan, General Manager of DDH1 Drilling. Thank you, everyone. So Australia is recognised globally for delivering mining projects that are safe, technically robust and responsibly managed. Increasingly, this leadership extends to enabling clean energy supply chains and decarbonised mining solutions. This panel brings together some leading Australian companies across the drilling, engineering and mining to showcase best practice across the project lifecycle, demonstrating how Australian expertise supports both operational excellence and the global energy transition. So first up, we're going to have a bit of an open discussion. First up, a question about decarbonisation and the process. So emissions generally are often locked in during the earliest design and development stage decisions when it comes to mining. From exploration to drilling through to mine design and construction, where can Australian best practice have the greatest impact on reducing a project's long-term carbon footprint? Now, for this question, Laurie and Nick, I'm interested to get your thoughts on how this applies in the Saudi Arabian context and what you're doing in the market over here.
Andrew, look, thanks for the question. Look, from my perspective, that's fairly broad, covers all of the aspects of mining, from effectively geology through mining through to processing. I'm a metallurgist by background, so I'll basically focus on more of the process side of things in terms of reducing carbon footprint. Look, Australia's been a very strong leader in innovation in mining for many, many years. And some of the things we've been doing to basically produce a lower carbon footprint are things that are world's firsts. Peter Bradford, who was the chairman for IGO, said that there could be no net zero without mining. And that's a very important statement. But to give you examples, the Goldfields project in Western Australia, the Agnew gold mine, it's a moderate-sized gold mine as a processing plant. It does about 1.5 million tonnes per annum, produces about 60 to 80,000 ounces a year. It's a reasonable size, but it's not huge. But what they've been doing is they've been going through that operation and making it more renewable in terms of energy. It's the first mine in the world to use wind turbines as part of their energy mixer. They've also got solar, they've got diesel and LPG because they do need that backup, and they've got battery backup. So at this point in time, they're around about 55% renewable in terms of all their energy input. So that's one example. The other example at a much larger scale, the Boddington Gold Mine, which is located south of Perth in Western Australia, is one of the world's largest gold producers. It's in the top 10. And this was the very first operation in the gold sector that chose to use HPGR, high pressure grinding rolls, as a means of processing. Energy constitutes the #1 cost on any mining operation. And so from an economics point of view, as well as an environmental point of view, you want to keep that as low as possible. You want to make it efficient. So the Boddington Gold Mine used HPGR, they were the leaders in that. And I think that goes to the initiatives of a lot of Australian businesses, their mindset. They're very prepared to be innovative. They're very prepared to be #1 in leading in terms of doing something. But it has to be for an economic reason, even though it's also good for the environment. And I think that's a very good message.
Thanks very much, Laurie. Nick?
Yeah, so at ASMS Global, we're geophysicists. We are way in the upstream. We come into the view before anything's discovered. So in terms of carbon footprint reduction, geophysics has a strong role to play, surprisingly. The first part of it is the less you drill, the more energy saved. So geophysics is about reducing uncertainty and reducing the amount of drill holes done for no effect. So in terms of putting trucks out into the field, drill rigs and so on, sorry mate, if you drill less holes, you are using less fuel, and so your carbon footprint's reduced. So doing a good geophysics program up front and kind of very carefully targeting where you're going to spend your money and your effort and your carbon footprint is a key part of what's doing, and that's certainly transferable into an environment like Saudi Arabia. The sort of alternative universe is that you just pattern drill targets, you drill a lot of holes, you drill a lot of dry holes or a lot of no result holes, and you use a lot of diesel and earthworks and so on doing that program. So geophysics has a role to play in that. A second aspect of geophysics in reducing carbon footprints is that geophysics is pretty low impact. It's the sort of very first stage of exploration. In some cases we're doing it from satellite, in other cases from drones. So we can get information back from the field without having to send people out there too hard, and then we are gradually ramping up the effort. So that stands kind of in contrast to programs where you, like for example in Soviet era Russia, they would send thousands of men into the field with trucks and animals and field camps and so forth, and spend a lot of time and effort to get the information. We can now do that remotely, and so at ASMS we're very keen on developing programs with our partners to sort of minimise the footprint straight up front. And the third aspect of reducing carbon footprint that we're aware of in geophysical applications is in ore body characterisation, and that's sort of where we overlap here. And we think of ore body characterisation often in terms of metallurgy, but there's more to it than that. Characterising the shape and form of an ore body underground before it's mined helps the engineers work out how much waste rock is going to be generated, how much tailings dams are going to need to be constructed, how many mills, what the capacity of the mill is going to be, all these sorts of questions. And geophysics has a strong role to play in that process before the resource definition drilling is done. And so, again, these are three parts of the world where geophysics can be brought to bear. And a fourth one that I was also thinking of is in mine life extension. When you've already invested millions, tens of millions, $1 billion in an infrastructure project, digging a mine, doing an underground development, and you're coming to the decisions about where's the end of the life of this project. Do we shut it down and do all the carbon accounting at that point, or can we find new extensions of the ore body? And a classic example that we've been involved with is the Renison ore body in Tasmania. It's a tin mine, and it's been going for about 120 years. It's a rich ore body, but with the application of new geophysics techniques, we've been able to extend the life of that mine out another 10, 20 years. And that means that the sunk carbon in that mine has a longer life. And so that also helps reduce the carbon footprint. If we had to build that mine new somewhere else, there's a whole lot of carbon that's going to be invested in that. So geophysics has a role to play there too.
Thanks very much for that, Nick and Laurie. Look, I think that's the point. It's across the whole value chain. And I think the other thing that, as we're seeing in the last couple of days, the amount of people that have been coming around to the Australia stand, we know what Australia stands for, and that's, a really strong safety engineering. We've got really strong governance standards. Now, Mark and Stuart, I'd like to come to you two on this next question about standards. So the standards, they're evolving constantly. They're supporting decarbonisation. They're evolving over time to support electrification, energy efficiency, low emissions mine design, things like this. Rather than treating, carbon reduction necessarily is an add-on. So I just wonder if you've got any comments just about how you work with standards and what you do in that field.
Thanks, Andrew. Absolutely. So one of the things Australia's introduced recently is emissions baselines targets for mining facilities. They're tied to the production of the facility and they reduce over time. And what that means is that it's, for practitioners, we've had to look at how do we meet these targets over the life of the asset. So we go right back to when we're developing an asset or evaluating an asset, what's the strategy of how we're going to develop this asset? What's the mining method we're going to use for this asset? And it flows right through the entire design rather than just single elements of technology. So that's changing because the KPIs and the corporate objectives of traditional methods, of financial methods, are now getting supplemented with emissions as well, which changes the decisions that you might make on how you develop an asset. So for example, what once you might have extended with an open pit with an additional cutback at a large strip ratio, now maybe you'd go to an underground method earlier than what you might have in the past. Mine selectivity is another thing where historically we've looked at larger equipment to increase the production rates. Now maybe we're looking at smaller equipment, steeper ramps, narrower ramps, lower the strip ratio of the mine, but also, you've got an opportunity with smaller trucks that they're more amenable to battery technologies or electrification. So you design that into to the life of the asset early so you can transition to those technologies as you're developing the asset. So there are a couple of items that, where we're looking at a more sustainable outcome over the life of the asset rather than trying to retrofit in a technology and remediate something at the end of the asset.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Stuart.
Stuart Hutchin, Geology Manager for Mining One. So I'm looking at this from a geology perspective, which is probably more incremental things at the moment rather than big design features of a project that's starting up. One of the previous speakers mentioned geometallurgical modelling. So that's quite interesting because it can actually give you a benefit if you have a more detailed model of your metallurgical properties of your ore. You could actually blend the ore differently, you could reduce grinding power consumption requirements, all sorts of parameters within your process, which is then going to lead to a reduction in your emissions ultimately. So that's one area that we're developing in Mining One as we're hoping to be a bit of a leader in that space because we do see benefits for reduction emissions for that. The other one was also mentioned previously is drilling. So with the advancement of 3D modelling software and our understanding of ore body systems, we actually feel now there's often a requirement not to drill quite as many holes. We don't need to go out and pattern drill paddocks because I feel we have a better understanding of the mineralisation and we can model these complex systems much more accurately than we could in the past. So that leads through to much less requirement in some cases for drilling, just purely based on our better understanding of the ore systems and our modelling techniques. So once again, that will flow through to lower emissions because we're not putting as many holes in the ground. I guess from a mining perspective, in Mining One Consultants, we're obviously involved in trade-off studies, which looking at electrification of truck fleets. We're looking at variable speed fans, so they're not always on 100% of the time. So they're on demand type system. So that once again reduces your power requirements. So we do have an ongoing involvement in developing guidelines, I guess, with clients to meet the emission targets that are now required. And I guess finally I'll just say all these initiatives are great, but ultimately they need to make economic and practical sense. It's not a sustainable business plan if you're adopting these strategies and they're not I guess, an improvement of what we're doing currently. So that's a major consideration as well. We're all on board trying to reduce emissions, but we've got to make sure that it's economically and practically sustainable for companies so we can remain competitive on the world stage as well. So that'll be my comments. Yeah.
Thanks, Stuart. Look, one of the key things that I've seen as a theme here in the last couple of days is collaboration and kind of working across the mining value chain with a whole range of different companies. I'm just interested to get your views, Steve and Peter, at the end there. How do you work between drillers, engineers, mine operators and consultants kind of across the board to improve integration across the value chain when it comes to decarbonisation solutions?
Yes, well, as a mining contractor, a large mining contractor, we are the world's largest owner of Sandvik underground fleet. So you can imagine what's involved in that. So we collaborate very, very closely with the OEMs on that equipment. When you talk about battery electric equipment, it sounds good, but in practice it's not economic. So we're very much collaborating with the client. If they want us to go battery electric, no problem, here's the cost. But the facts are currently it's an expensive option. So in a practical sense, if you've got an existing mine and you go battery electric, you've then got to look at the in-mine infrastructure regarding power distribution, etc., because you're trying to charge fairly large battery packs quickly and the electrical substations aren't built up for that load. So there's a significant cost in infrastructure. So where do you go with that? With a large trucking fleet, those trucks are hauling up a 1 in 7 grade, consuming a lot of energy, 500 kilowatt motors or whatever. So if you divide that by 0.3 of a litre per kilowatt hour, that tells you how many litres you're going to use. But then you look at the battery packs, they just do not have the power density to run a truck fleet like that for even a few hours, let alone a 12-hour shift. So there's a practical aspect, again, costs, battery changeovers, etc. So in some respects, we're really looking going back to the future, where you might have trolley pickup, and that exists with some trucks today, where you pick up a trolley system and power the electrics from that rather than battery. So that's like going back to when I started 50 years ago, when you had battery locomotives, rail locomotives. So it's that whole practical aspect and how you work with clients and OEMs to develop the technology. And that if you're starting a new mine and you're going to have long truck hauls, you really should be considering the trolley pickup system. And arguably a smaller battery pack, when you go off that to load, come back on the ramp, put back up to the trolley system. And again, if you are going to go battery electric or electric, what's powering the system down the hole? If it's a bunch of diesel gensets on the surface, you're not really accomplishing what you want to accomplish. You'll certainly be removing diesel particulates from the mine, which is another issue. So it's a very holistic equation. If you're starting with a clean sheet of paper, it's going to be a lot easier than going into an existing operation. But getting back to the collaboration as an end user of product, as a mining contractor, it's collaborating with the client and collaborating with the OEMs and feeding the OEMs data back on our equipment performance, etc., so they can feed that back into product improvement. But the battery electric system, if we're brutally honest, is not there yet in an economic sense. There's work to do.
Thanks, Steve. Peter?
From our DDH1 standards, we've had probably, I'll take question in two ways. I think for a mine owner, choosing the right contracting partner can add a lot of value as opposed to having a less productive contract partner. I think there is great merit in that, and getting better companies into the kingdom I think is important. And there's already some great companies here, but I think there's some collaboration that can be done between the owners and the contractors on that. And I think on the second part of that, with our drilling fleet, instead of drilling and much to the similar comments that have been before, drilling multi-intersection holes off the one hole, instead of clearing more pads drilling more meters, you can actually have multiple holes for one hole. And so I think that's a step change which we've seen in Australia. We've seen a little bit around the world, but I think it would be very viable here in Saudi Arabia and also in other parts in the world. So I think that's probably, from a drilling point of view, and from one of the largest drilling companies in the world, it'll be good to see a big step change in that outside Australia, because then we're clearing less pads, we're drilling less meters, and the guys are not working as hard as well. So it's a win-win for everyone. And I think from the collaboration piece, that requires the client's planning, our planning, everyone working together to achieve the technical success of those programs. So I think from a drilling view, that is how we would see a value add.
Thanks very much, Peter. Now, I think that brings us just about to time. So as we wrap up, I just want to thank our panellists. Thank you, Laurie from Como Engineering, Nick at ASMS, Mark from AMC, Stuart, Mining One, Steve, Burncut, and lastly, Peter, DDH1. Look, if you want to hear some more fantastic stories about Australian businesses, come up to the Australian Pavilion. It's C01 out in the international, in the global stage area. So thank you very much, everyone.
Bien, on va bouger plus vite d'abord. Attends, ouais. On met la chaise devant et puis on fait juste le switch. 1, 2, 3.
There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. Look, for those that weren't here for the previous session, my name is Andrew Lockie. I'm the Australian Trade Commissioner to Saudi Arabia. I'm really pleased to be here today presenting a panel, moderating a panel, I should say, with Australian companies that are exploring the market in Saudi Arabia, already here, innovating on a global stage. I've got a bit of panel discussion today that I'll moderate. It's really about how Australia is a hotbed of mining innovation, and it's how we're doing it on a global scale. But before we get into it, I might just ask our panellists to introduce themselves quite briefly, and then we'll get into some of the questions. Gary.
My name's Gary Pinder, Managing Director of Intermolar Solutions Group. We supply logistics, storage and shiploading solutions.
My name is Frank Bierlein. I'm an executive consultant for RSC Consulting out of Australia and New Zealand.
Mahad Hussain, I'm the CEO for SpearSage.
Hi, Simon Askey-Doran. I'm the Global Growth Director for SLR. We're a global sustainability consulting firm who's supporting the mining industry across making sure that the solutions there are technically, economically responsible, that they meet in the environmental norms that we are required to meet, and socially acceptable as we find sustainable solutions across the planet.
I'm Simon Bolster. I'm the MD, co-founder of a company called Portable PPB that's taken technology out of CSIRO, which is Australia's premier research organisation, which enables companies to explore faster by getting gold assays out in the field.
Excellent. Thanks, everyone. So, as I mentioned, Australia is a global centre for mining innovation. We're shaped by really sometimes quite challenging operating environments, remote locations, and a strong culture of practical problem solving. Increasingly, this innovation, it's focused on decarbonisation technologies that reduce emissions while maintaining productivity, safety, and operational resilience. So, like I said earlier, this panel brings together some Australian companies that are developing scalable, real-world technologies that are transforming how mining operations and operations across the value chain are designed and run. So I might just go to you on the first question there, Simon. So many mining companies, Simon Askey-Doran, I should say, many mining companies have net zero targets, but implementation remains uneven. From your experience, which decarbonisation technologies are delivering measurable emissions reductions today and in the future? And what has been critical to making them operationally viable rather than just pilot projects?
Yeah, thanks very much for that. Look, I think let's think about this in a couple of ways. The things that are still working but are getting more focus is really thinking about the whole system of your mine. And so applying that innovative thinking. So if we think about innovation as applying a focus on a goal to the problem, then actually thinking about your mine as a system, how do I actually make trucks drive less distance? How do I design them more effectively? How do I reduce the stripping ratios, as we heard some of the other groups say? So applying those innovatively is an absolutely key part. It remains there. It's being enhanced through the technology of software systems, the ability to explore more effectively, to design more effectively, and effectively make that go incrementally better through those small steps. If we then look at the processing chain, as discussed in the prior panel, new crushing techniques like HGPR, which actually start reducing the load, the amount of energy we're using on things, are there and will stick, I think, as we go forward, and we'll find better ways using advanced processing techniques in AI or machine learning in actually starting to reduce those loads. Then taking some of that fraction out in pre-sorting, in treating ores before they go into that circuit. We're seeing several operations through there, and that will stick. So, and then there'll be groups who are starting to apply that into a bulk loading. So I think that'll be more future, and while it's developing, there's going to be additional scanning and that ability to process things through AI engines to make it go faster. If we think about the mine itself, again, discussed briefly in the prior panel, we're starting to see that electrification really come in these very hard to offset decarbonisation areas. So we have the use of trolleys, which has been around for years. It's not simple, but we can use that sort of technique. And there's been several implementations of short sections of that. So some hybrid type systems coming in today, and we'll see those extend into the future. So that combination of electrification on areas that don't increase the strip ratio, which again drives NPV the wrong way, will be part of it. And then with electrification, some mines have been lucky. We've seen some examples underground where it has worked. Take on board Steve Coughlan's views that it is difficult. And then a couple of other groups have been really lucky in the way their ore deposits have been structured. So we can use battery electrical trucks with downhole haulage. And so if you're lucky in getting a mine where the ore body allows you to haul downhill, then those battery electric trucks really come into their own, where they're regenerating battery power as we go downhill.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Simon. Look, we know that the Australian innovation, it's often modular, it's scalable by necessity. How do modular processing power infrastructure solutions enable faster deployment of low carbon technologies? Particularly, in Australia, we've got to do it so often in remote locations and sometimes in early stage mining environments. Now, Simon Polster from Portable PPB, I might go to you on this.
Okay. Thinking of mining as also including exploration, at all phases you need assays. And in the case of gold exploration, often, or in gold assaying, you're often using fire assay as a traditional method of getting gold results, smelting the rock down with a furnace that's 1,000 degrees, 1,100 degrees Celsius. First up, with the CSIRO in Australia, they invented a method called photon assay, which is using about 1/46 the amount of carbon compared with, or less than half the carbon compared with traditional fire assays. And then subsequently they've gone on and developed the process which our company has, Detector, which is using 1/90th the carbon compared with the fire assay. But then if you take that on and think about each stage of the work, both in exploration and a mine, decisions are all based on assays. We're looking for elements off the periodic table. We need the assays to drive those decisions. And if you can, instead of having to ship samples from the field to a distant lab, get the assays out there in the field, then that reduces the carbon footprint greatly by stopping the mobilisation, demobilisation of rigs. So in terms of modular units, it's a case then of building systems to work at all scales, be that in very remote early stage exploration through to feasibility studies, through to mine sites, and doing that with moving away from carbon intensive fire assays to these other systems that use a lot less carbon, but do that at all scales. And our company's doing that, and other companies guided by the CSIRO are really moving that on in a big way, and Australia is definitely a world leader in that field.
Thanks very much, Simon. Look, Gary, your company's about logistics, and it's about containers and working that into the mining supply chain, just particularly when it comes to the shipping and logistics sector. When you're using innovative solutions like rotating containers and other processes that are slightly different to what you'd see in a conventional logistics terminal, what are the general advantages of using that type of model? Do you see something in the environmental, social or governance benefits as well when it comes to using these types of different ways of doing things?
Yeah, it's a good question. Interesting that all these mining companies spend billions of dollars, millions of dollars on exploration, and then they eventually dig the hole in the ground and they get the product. But they don't really focus a lot on the logistics side of things. So if you look at a lot of the ports around the world, mining companies move a lot of their products and dump them on the quayside. You'll have dust blowing through the town. I've been to many places around the world where copper concentrates are all through the town. They've got dust on the way to the port. So they've just spent all this money producing this valuable product, and it's blowing out in the atmosphere and causing an environmental disaster. I've walked through quaysides around the world where I've had black dust, copper concentrates on the ground. I've talked to many major mining companies around the world, and I actually said to a couple of them, you're losing 5% of your product on the way from the mine site to the port. Using containerised bulk handling solutions, the product is actually loaded at the mine site. It's moved down to the port either by road or rail, and obviously rail is a better option because you can less energy being used on the train than there is on trucks. Once it gets to the port, you use the containers as a storage solution, so you don't double handle, you don't need storage sheds, you're not losing your product there. And when the ship eventually comes in, it's moved around to the quayside, and then it's loaded into the ship. The lid is automatically taken off, rotated 360 degrees, and the product is loaded into the ship. Now with copper, they use a misting system. There's no loss at all. You can use it for urea, you can use it for grain, sugars, even any other minerals. The way they normally do it now is they bring it down, they use a conveyor belt system, it's blowing into the air, and they're losing a lot of the product. So if you look at the containerisation side of things, around the world, Chile has benchmarked it. Chile's got 90% of the mining companies there using the solution. It started off in Australia. It's been benchmarked around the world, and it's better for the environment, obviously, and the mining companies don't lose their product. So if you look at the ESG side of it, it's ticking a lot of boxes for the ESG. You're actually cleaning up the quaysides, and you're stopping the environment from being polluted by all these different commodities.
Thanks very much, Gary. Now, for those of you that were here from the previous panel, we asked about collaboration. I'm going to go to that point again. The science and collaboration side, it's incredibly important to exploration, mining and processing in Australia. Mahad at SpearSage and Frank at RSC, how do you work across the mining value chain to consistently innovate, and how important is systems integration across energy, across logistics, processing, digital platforms, the whole thing, in achieving meaningful emissions reductions?
Yeah, so I think I think the first establishment is when we talk about decarbonisation in mining, it's not about a single technology. It's all about a right integrated system. It's all about building a system. So, and why do we say a system? It's because we need to integrate energy, we need to integrate processing, we need to integrate logistics and haul. And effectively, your digital platform is your integration layer that brings that all together. So I guess at SpearSage, we see this from the experience of looking at it from either a brownfield mine perspective or a greenfield mine perspective. So if we talk about a greenfield mine perspective, you have the opportunity to embed decarbonization from the beginning. But where the challenge is in a brownfield situation where you don't have a lot of levers to move and make. So the key thing is system integration becomes really, really important, because then you really need to look at what you can move. So when we talk about energy, what can we do around the load profiles that are there? What can we do around the logistics and haul in terms of reducing the patterns and the usage of routes and electricity and routes and consumption? And then we look at processing and how do we improve from a processing perspective. How do we make sure it fits with the right energy profiles that we have configured? And finally, digital platform sitting as a layer. So to give you an example, if we look at from a brownfield perspective, we know that we have diesel haulage trucks that are moving, and they may not change for a while. However, we can look at one key lever, which is maintenance. So from a SpearSage perspective, we look at what do we see in the maintenance itself of a particular haulage or a particular truck. So we're looking at what can we see from a telemetry perspective, operational maintenance systems, the operational data that we're receiving. So understanding what the route patterns are, how can we improve that? What can we do around the consumption of fuel on the site? And so the way we see that is we develop a whole holistic platform where we are able to see the movement of that. And so it's all about having a system and an integrated pattern that sees all of these particular areas, as opposed to I'm just going to bring in a particular function here or a particular improvement in energy, and that's going to make a carbon reduction for us. I think we have to look at it as a holistic. So the digital platform itself is all about looking at what is the emission intensity that we're producing, but also alongside that, what does that mean from a cost and performance perspective? So those three levers need to be taken and considered, all three, because yes, everyone wants to reduce carbon emissions, but we also need to look at the cost and the performance that impacts on a brownfield site, for example. So, and typically those are the key areas we look at. And you know, we see projects fail because there's a fragmented data approach to how this is looked at, and also a siloed decision making between the different functions. You have the processing and the logistics and hauling and even IT coming into the mix, and all of them working together means we have a better chance of improving and reducing carbon emissions and having a better answer around decarbonization. And that's where we see, from a SpaceX perspective, that's where we see a holistic view from a systems integration perspective.
Thanks, Mahad. Frank, what do you think?
Thank you, Andrew, and thanks for having me. So, on decarbonization, all I want to say, RSC as a geological consultancy, we help our clients to find the critical minerals that essentially help the world to go through that process and succeed as far as decarbonization. But if I can come back to your first question, as far as the importance of collaboration and science in driving innovation, right? So RSC is a geological consultancy that helps our clients to do everything from target generation to target definition to discovery, drilling, resource definition and extraction. But we also do geoscience-based projects with government organizations, geological survey organizations and research organizations. And all of these aspects are critical in driving innovation. You can't do anything like what I just said in isolation. And we have to be, in our world, in the consultancy world, we have to be at the forefront. And we have to understand what the new technologies are, what they can do, how they can help us, and how they can help our clients. And we live in a time where technology changes so rapidly and so fast. It's really important to keep up with the latest technologies and knowing how to apply them. And an example of that's already been mentioned is AI, machine learning, unclassified, classified, supervised, unsupervised, application of mineral prospectivity analysis, for instance, which is something that we do and for our clients. So that's an example. Another example is the whole understanding of the mineral system analysis approach. Traditionally, companies were looking for a deposit, looking down. Where is the deposit? The mineral systems approach changed that and turned it on its head by asking the question, why is that deposit there? And understanding all the processes from the lithosphere down to the deposit scale and dispersion and preservation in order to then apply that understanding to analogous regions elsewhere and to be able to find a deposit of the same type in a new terrain, such as a porphyry copper deposit in the Arabian-Nubian Shield, right? And that is why it's so important to have that understanding, have that collaboration and integration of science with exploration in an applied sense.
Thanks very much, Frank. Now that brings us to the end of the Australia Showcase and the end of this panel session. So I do want to thank our members. Thank you, Simon from Portable PPP, Simon from SLR Consulting. Thank you, Gary from Intermodal Solutions, Mahad from SpaceX, and finally Frank Bierlein from RSC Consulting. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Look, if you're interested in finding more about these Australian companies, come and check us out at the Global Arena, stand C1. It's in the far, far corner at the other end of the forum. So thank you very much.
Thanks for listening.
Already gone. Sorry, everyone, I'll just let everyone know that Egypt is up next. So please hang around for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and partners, it's my pleasure to welcome you here in Egypt Showcase in the Future Minerals Forum 2026, where key mining stakeholders in Egypt from across the value chain come together to share insights, explore investment opportunities, and promote best practices for responsible and sustainable mining. Egypt has great potentials in the mining industry. To demonstrate this, we should first explore Egypt's mining activities. So please join me in welcoming His Excellency Engineer Karim Badawi, the Minister of Petroleum and Mineral Resources of Egypt.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before starting, I would like to say that we're very proud to be here in the Future Mineral Forum. For us, this year is actually the first year that we are participating both with a booth and also with a series of presentation and in terms on promotion about the mining sector. I will explain a bit the why, and I will also explain a bit about what the future holds ahead of us and what we will all build together, you know, with everybody who is here and the rest of the teams, right, who are not here with us today. But before we start, I want to start with a video. I want us to watch one video, and then I will come back and I will mention a few words.
From the sands of the Eastern Desert to the treasures of the pharaohs, Egypt's story is etched in gold, mineral riches that have shaped civilizations for centuries. Thousands of years ago, Egyptian miners carved paths through the desert, extracting gold and precious stones with remarkable ingenuity. Their efforts laid the foundations of an empire whose wealth still echoes through time. Today, that ancient legacy endures, a reminder that Egypt is and has always been the land of gold. Nowhere is this more evident than at the Sukari gold mine. Nestled deep within the Eastern Desert, long recognized by geologists and historians for its promise. Sukari poured its first gold in 2009, Egypt's first large-scale modern gold mine. With over 11 million ounces in reserves, it stands as proof of what happens when world-class geology meets modern mining. Today, Sukari is a symbol of Egypt's exceptional geological potential, the mineral wealth of the Eastern Desert, and the vast opportunities still waiting to be discovered. And it is just the beginning. Under His Excellency, President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi's leadership, bold reforms and a modernized mining code are opening new frontiers for exploration. As part of the Ministry of Petroleum and Mineral Resources' 6 Pillars strategy, Egypt aims to contribute 5% of national GDP, a goal that reflects both ambition and geological potential. Achieving this vision requires more than just rich mineral reserves. It demands the infrastructure, expertise, and ambition to bring those commodities to life. Strategically located at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, Egypt enjoys direct access to the Suez Canal and major Mediterranean ports, providing seamless global connectivity. A revitalized energy sector, delivering over 50 gigawatts, including renewables, powers the country's industrial growth. But Egypt's goals go further, building industries around mining, adding value through manufacturing, and strengthening the entire value chain. Backed by a skilled, cost-effective workforce, ready for a modern mining era. A new model mining exploitation agreement, signed with AngloGold Ashanti, signals Egypt's commitment to best global practice. It simplifies licensing, balances fiscal terms, and makes investment easier. The transformation of EMRA into an economic authority, now known as the Mineral Resources and Mining Industries Authority, supports Egypt's vision to become a regional mining hub. Complementing these initiatives, Egypt is preparing to launch a dedicated mining portal, offering investors streamlined access to real-time data and simplified licensing, creating transparency and ease of doing business. Today, we reflect on a past that inspires us, a present transforming before our eyes, and a future rich with opportunities. Because Egypt's next great discoveries are still to come.
We look forward to welcoming you to the Egyptian Mining Forum.
Very good. We have very limited time, but I hope that you all felt the pride in watching this video and what Egypt actually has in terms of potential in the mining sector, and what all of us together can do to be able to unlock and to market the opportunities that Egypt has in the mining sector for the benefit of the people of Egypt, for the benefit of the people of the region, and really for being able to be part of providing the minerals and the value-added derivatives that are required for the economies in Egypt and in the rest of the world. I wanted to have a very brief summary. Over the last 18 months, a lot of work has taken place with many people, and actually over many more years as well before. But when you look at what are the key fundamentals for success of the mining sector, in any country, you talk about having geology, you talk about having infrastructure, you talk about having energy, and you talk about having the right regulatory and fiscal regimes that are attractive for business investments. And I think we can all say, and we can all really feel very proud of what the geology really of Egypt holds. And what I can say is that a lot of work has taken place in terms of identifying the geological reserves or confirmed reserves that we have. However, we only are scratching the surface, and this is why we have announced that we are working in the final stages to launch an aerial survey nationwide all across of Egypt to be able to have valuable data of what the potential exists all across the different types of minerals across Egypt to be able to unlock more investments into the sector. The second one on the infrastructure, you have seen from the video, and for all the investments which have taken place over the last 10 years, Egypt is blessed with infrastructure of roads, of airports, of ports, of railways, of telecommunication, and infrastructure in terms of industries that actually we take for granted, but which again, as we've heard through a lot of the meetings in the Future Mineral Forum, that infrastructure in some places of the world are actually lacking and are actually hindering progress in the mining sector. Egypt, we are blessed with this infrastructure, and this is something that we are also all going to be able to leverage together to attract further investment. In terms on the energy front, again, Egypt is blessed with oil and gas. Egypt is blessed with renewables, and again, you've all seen also all the announcement in terms of having 42% of our energy mix by 2030 will be from renewable energy. And we have solar, we have wind, and again, we have nuclear, energy power also being developed. And hence, making energy availability to unlock the full potential of the mining sector, something which is actually Egypt can deliver sustainably and can deliver constantly for all the sector to rise. The last, but probably one of the most important area around the fiscal regime is really where we have worked a lot over the last 18 months to really have two things or three things critical that were important to materialize. We said that we have to transform EMRA from the Egyptian Mining Regulatory Authority, from an administrative authority into an economic authority, and to make a step change so that the EMRA can become a regulatory authority for mining and for mining industries as well as an economic entity with a special body to enable it to provide value addition to our partners, to our existing investors, and to accelerate a lot of the processes which in many countries hinder growth of the mining, such as permitting, such as approvals, such as incentive schemes in terms on the financials, in terms on all the process to have a one-stop shop for existing investors and future investors. And this is what took place, in 2025, in June, with having, now EMRA being changed into the Egyptian, mining, and mining industries authority as a full economic entity, which can now serve as a one-stop shop for existing investors in the mining sector and for future investors in the mining sector. But again, now the enablement to be able to also have ability to invest into value-added projects such as this airborne survey that will be done, very shortly over the next, few weeks. We will be announcing it. This nationwide survey will provide data to help promote investment opportunity and provide data to de-risk investments in exploration in Egypt. The other element is also it will enable EMRA to be able to invest in the talent pool. And this is why you will have seen a lot of also engagements, with universities such as John Curtin, in Australia, University of Murdoch. This morning we had also engagement with Colorado School of Mines, so that we can also invest in the talent, right, of our teams, in the mining sector in Egypt. We've also launched investment incentives for not only the major companies, by having the new exploitation agreement that was also ratified by law, earlier this year in June, to be able to have, for the Barrick Gold, for the Anglo Gold Ashanti, for all the major, companies, to have a secure investment framework, with best-in-class terms, to be able to secure their investments, for decades, decades long, and at the same time provide an avenue for junior companies to be able to have pathway to monetize also their exploration activities. And last but not least, focused on the junior companies, we've also launched 12 key incentives dedicated for junior companies in terms on reduction of the rental fees for land, removement of the relinquishment, percentages, from their terms, making sure that we provide reconnaissance licenses to professor environment for, understanding where are the areas which are worth it for investors and juniors to go for exploration terms and so forth, and many more, to be able to really have an investment attraction environment, an environment where every dollar that is spent is a dollar which is spent for value creation, for the juniors, for the major, for the sector, and also to have pathway to monetize through industry and so forth. Before I leave the podium, because we will have other speakers, from the industry that will give you, whether from the new authority, Geniesa will present, a few slides, but we'll also have speakers, from Anglo Gold Ashanti, supervising the Sukari gold mine, and as well from the phosphate industry, with also the private sector, representation and different speakers today. But I want to leave you with a very small video animation around these incentives that I'm talking about, because I believe that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and probably an animation is probably going to be worth, maybe a few more thousands, and much clearer, for everyone. And I thank you for the support, I thank you for the collaboration and for the teamwork, and we are all in this together to unlock that potential and changing the contribution of the mining sector from 1% or less than 1% in Egypt, today, to bring it, to the 5 and 6% together, and to having a win-win, investable opportunities, in Egypt for both all the juniors, all the majors, all the different, investors in all the different minerals, not only about gold, phosphate, nickel, all the different types of minerals, that are out there to be unlocked for the benefit of everyone. So thank you very much, and without further ado, if we can activate the incentive video, and then we will leave the podium for the rest of the team to take it on for the rest of the program of today. Thank you very much, and looking forward to a very fruitful event. Thank you.
Egypt is building a new era for its mining sector. A clear national vision aims to increase mining's contribution to GDP within the next decade. This transformation is supported by a modern fiscal model aligned with global best practices. For gold projects, the terms are simple and fully transparent. 15% government free share, 5% royalty, 0.5% or $200,000 for training, 0.5% for community development, balanced terms that create long-term stability, and a strong foundation for investment. To unlock new discoveries, Egypt has introduced powerful, investor-focused incentives. We have reduced annual exploration rental fees from about $100 per square kilometer to only $40. A full one-stop shop mechanism now handles everything on your behalf: security clearances, expat approvals, environmental permits, and import procedures. Exploration blocks are now available year-round with no need for bid rounds, and mandatory relinquishment is removed as long as technical and financial commitments are fulfilled. Lower cost, less bureaucracy, faster entry, clearer opportunity. Egypt is actively reducing early-stage exploration risk. A nationwide airborne geophysical survey program is underway, delivering high-resolution magnetic, radiometric, and gravity data across the eastern desert, giving investors a major head start. And to support early assessment, a new simplified 9-month reconnaissance license allows companies to evaluate targets before committing to full exploration. Better data, lower risk, faster decisions. Egypt guarantees long-term stability through a 30-year exploitation agreement. All mining operations, exploration, development, production, processing, and logistics are fully exempt from VAT, customs duties, taxes, and all import-related fees. All assets, equipment, and infrastructure remain the company's property for the full concession period. At the end of the 30 years, the company decides the disposition of its assets according to the agreement. Clear rights, full exemptions, long-term operational stability. The newly structured Mineral Resources and Mining Industries Authority now operates as an agile economic authority. It provides faster decision-making, streamlined procedures, and proactive support for investors. It strengthens partnerships, accelerates project implementation, and creates a more competitive mining environment. MRMIA serves as your single administrative hub, supported by the upcoming Digital Cadaster Portal. Offering transparent, efficient, and fully online licensing, your investment rights are fully protected. Under the exploitation agreement, all entitlements remain valid and unchanged for the entire concession term, regardless of any new laws or regulations issued later. A dedicated security regiment will be deployed to safeguard licensed exploration and production sites, ensuring uninterrupted operations, strong legal protection, stronger on-ground security. Egypt, as part of the mineral-rich Arabian-Nubian Shield, is one of the region's most promising mining frontiers, endowed with diverse resources such as gold, phosphate, kaolin, quartz, tantalum, copper, and rare earth elements. Large areas remain underexplored, offering significant discovery potential as the country enters a new era of resource development to attract global investment and support sustainable economic growth. With financial clarity, powerful incentives, national data initiatives, and a committed institutional partner, Egypt is offering one of the region's most stable and profitable mining investment environments. For more information, contact the Egyptian Mineral Resources and Mining Industries Authority. Explore value. Invest in Egypt's mining future.
Presentation. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues and partners, it's a great privilege to join you here today in future mineral forums at the time when minerals, energy transition, and industrial strategy are converging into one global agenda. On behalf of Mineral Resources Authority and the mining industry, please allow me to share a simple message that will set the stage for my presentation today. Egypt is open for mining investment. This is not an aspiration. This is our reality today. We bring three competitive advantages to the global market. world-class geology, modernized regulatory framework, and a clear execution capability. Under the third pillar of the strategy of Mineral Resources Authority, Ministry of Petroleum and Mineral Resources, as His Excellency Karim Badawi, Minister of Petroleum and Mineral Resources, outlined, relaunched Egypt mining sector is a state-level priority. At EMRA, this mandate translates into action. We are unlocking geological potential through national survey, modern licensing, and the digital transformation. We are maximizing added value, not just through extraction, but through integrated value chain, fertilizer, solar glass, refining, and industrial cluster. Mining is no longer peripheral. It has become core economic pillar, anchored in reform, powered by infrastructure and driven by partnership. This is not just sector revival, it is a structural shift toward the mining economy. We have a question, and I'll tell you the answer. Why invest in Egypt? Egypt mining opportunity is based on 6 factors: rich geology, untapped potential, strategic location and market demand, infrastructure to support mining, new fiscal regime, business environment, state-of-the-art mining portal will be launched. If we talk about rich geology, slide here. Sorry. One minute. No, next. This one? Just $6. Factors for investment in Egypt: rich geology, untapped potential, strategic location and market demand, infrastructure support mining, new fiscal regime, business environment, and new mining portal. If we talk about geology, we have, as Egypt, more than 7,000 years of mining. So we already located in, how can I back? Back, Wes. Back. I need to back.
Back?
Go back.
Is it red?
Okay. Okay. Strategic geological position, core part of the Arabian-Nubian Shield, one of the world's most prospective underexplored terrains. Drivers mineral endowment. We have gold, phosphates, industrial mineral, silica sand, copper, base metals, critical mineral for energy transition. Scale untapped potential, large areas still underexplored, significant upside for the first movers. Regarding the strategic location, Egypt at the crossroad of Africa, Middle East, and Europe. Direct access to Red Sea and Mediterranean trade routes. Immediate connectivity with Asia, Europe, and Asia through Canal Suez. Market demand, strong domestic demand by infrastructure, construction, and energy transition. Growing regional demand, fertilizer, industrial, mineral, and metal. Access to export market in Europe and Africa. For infrastructure, as His Excellency mentioned, we have a huge and very strong and well-established infrastructure from roads. We have more than 174,000 kilometer road maps, and we have 18 commercial ports, 10 of them for mining surface. Regulatory and investment, we already adopted new mining law, which provide transparency and clarity and certainty for the investors, and showing transparency, 100% ownership of asset, utilize technology and improve efficiency, transparent technical guidelines, streamlined licensed permitting process, empowered and institutional coordination, competitive fiscal terms, fixed royalty, fixed taxes along the project period. I would like to seize the chance to give the floor to Patrick Bernan from Wood Mackenzie, who is already sharing with us the finalizing the fiscal regime for the exploitation model. Can you share with give us your thoughts about the exploitation mining?
Yep. I'll only take one moment to say this is something that Egypt has been working on for a number of years, and I'm very pleased to see that they've also gone beyond the fiscal regime to include what is going to be very impactful in the short run, which is these exploration incentives. But the part that I'll speak to is more the part that we've been involved in, which is the part during exploitation phase, during operations. But one of the key conditions for a healthy mining jurisdiction is predictable terms that are known from up front. Egypt has accomplished that already for the gold sector, which is the logical place to start because it's what the existing mines are and it's where the greatest known potential is. And they're now working to lay the foundation for the other minerals as well, which will enable those terms to be predictable and known in advance and confirmed to be competitive from long before exploitation when exploration is happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. For business environment, Egypt is known by the good population, and most of, or near to 20% of the population below than 30 years. And we are so proud to have Sukari gold mines operated by 97% of Egyptian peoples. So when investors come to Egypt, he will find the talent pool and he can use it in his project. For transformation to Emira from public entity to economic entity, it's give us empowerment to conduct airborne geophysical survey, which we can't do before this, and we will conduct a comprehensive expedition for exploration for geological and geochemical to de-risk the opportunity for investors. Okay. The airborne survey, digital transformation, and digital platform, and as His Excellency mentioned, we need to finalize it as soon as possible, and we will do our best in this. In September 2025, His Excellency visited Australia and listened to the junior companies, and they thought about Egypt mining sector. And after the discussion and study their needs, we already reached to 12 incentive package to encourage the junior companies to come here to invest in Egypt, and we already offer these incentives. A reduction in rental fees, open block, several ores in the same block, reconnaissance license, large area in one block. Yeah. 8 years exploration phase, relinquishment area. There is no relinquishment in exploration license. And also we have a good exploitation model, as Patrick mentioned, data availability, security unit, And also, we have financial incentive for tax and customs. And also, we have one-stop shop. EMRA will do all the licensing and permits for the investors. If we take a look about the mineral potential in Egypt, we will find Egypt is full of minerals and ores like phosphates. We have more than 3 billion tons of phosphates as geological reserve. And we have iron oxide, sulfur, copper, coal, glass sand, gold, and kaolitic sand. And for the gold operated company, we have multinational company like Anglo Gold Ashanti, Red Sea Canadian company, Anchor Resources British company, Lotus Gold Canadian company, okay, Atoll Resources is Canadian company, and other national company like Sarawat, and also Ibda and the other companies, and Shalatin. For the added value projects, we are working in many added value projects, fertilizers, silica sand, and glass. Okay. We will talk about Sukari gold mines. I leave the floor to Engineer Islam to talk about Sukari gold mines.
Your Excellency Engineer Karim Badawi, Minister of Petroleum and Mineral Resources of Egypt, Geologist Yasser Ramadan, the Chairman of the Egyptian Mineral Resource Authority, esteemed guests, colleagues, and partners. It's an honor to be here in Riyadh, a city that has become a vital hub for the global mining conversation. I'm practically pleased to share this stage with His Excellency Minister Badawi, under whose leadership Egypt has made bold and notable advancement to reposition the mining sector by providing a consistent, practical, and commercial approach to attracting investment, and by supporting strongly a modern legal framework alongside a clear vision for sustainable growth. And we are ensuring Egypt assumes its rightful place on the global mining map. Before I talk about our investment in Egypt, I'd like to introduce Anglo Gold Ashanti. So Anglo Gold Ashanti is one of the world's great mining companies with a history spanning more than a century. Headquartered in the United States, we are one of the world's largest gold producers with a world-class diversified profile spanning Africa, Australia, and the Americas. We bring exploration track record and a deep commitment to careful environmental and social stewardship. We believe that long-term success is measured not just by the ounces we produce, but by the value we create for our best countries. From the responsible development of a scarce natural resource. So in November 2024, Anglo Gold Ashanti completed the purchase of Centamin, our first major acquisition in more than 2 decades. This was a significant milestone for us, representing not only a powerful vote of confidence to Egypt's geologist promise, but also in its vast human potential and, importantly, in the governmental consistent support demonstrating over and again for building a sustainable and globally competitive mining sector. To us, Egypt is more than a destination. It's a strategic platform that will help shape the future of mining across the Arabian-Nubian Shield, which currently hosts far fewer larger producing mines than it should be. The anchor of our presence in Egypt is, of course, Sukari Gold Mine, where we have a partnership with the government. Sukari is a true Tier 1 asset, large scale, long life, and low cost. It is a state-of-the-art mining operation showcasing the best of this region riches in geology and the human resources, which workforce that is 97% Egyptians. Since 2010, we produced more than 6 million ounces of gold, and it has contributed nearly around $1 billion US dollar to Egypt economy through royalties and profit share. The integration of Sukari into our global protocol and oversee the past years has gone smoothly, and we are now focused on enhancing value of the asset, principally through our full asset potential program. I'm pleased to share with you that Sukari performance in 2025 has been exceptionally strong, with deliver a third quarterly gold production increase in September quarter, producing 135,000 ounces, while we did the first three quarters till September, 381,000 ounces, which is 7% increase more than the same period of 2024. This growth was driven by grades from both open pit, underground, also from the high throughput from the plant and the best recovery that we get from the plant. At AngloGold Ashanti, we bring deep technical technologies, including the gold industry, building long life operation in a range of very different areas. In Egypt, we are working closely with the Minister Badawi and our business partner, EMRA, to help shape a long-term mining ecosystem. This ecosystem and our goal is to grow Sukari legacy into a broader platform for national development. In closing, Egypt is not just discovering gold, it's reclaiming its heritage. Minister Badawi, we are proud to be your partner. Together, we are write a bold new chapter in mining history, one that is competitive, transparent, and creates testing possibility for the people of Egypt. Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry, this is a bit off script, but I just wanted to, just before the next speaker, because I have unfortunately a flight that I need to catch, but I wanted really to pass my deep appreciation and my deep thanks really to everyone. And really the rest of the speakers will be contributing and so forth, but I did not want to leave without thanking everyone for all the great team spirit, collaboration, and partnership, right? And we have a great opportunity ahead of us. You know, I can see it, I can feel it, and I'm very proud of all the contributions from everyone involved in making this happen. So thank you very much, and I wish you all the rest of the continuation, you know, of the next session, completion of the session for today for Egypt, and looking forward to welcoming you again back in Egypt and doing great things together. شكرا جزيلا وبعد إذنكم. شكرا جزيلا. بعد إذنكم.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mustafa Al-Gabali. I manage Polyser Fertilizers and Chemicals. And my presentation today will be Egypt as a regional platform for mining-based manufacturing from a private sector's point of view. We all know that mining alone doesn't create value, the industries does. And the question now is not whether countries should move downstream, where value is actually created. The question is where or which countries have the competitive edge to move downstream, and which countries are ready to move to the downstream production profitably and with the minimum risk. Today I will present from a private sector's point of view why we see Egypt fit for the mining industry and industrialization. Engineer Karim and Engineer Yasser mentioned the four competitive advantages that Egypt have. I will not repeat what they say, I'll just focus on two. First of all, regulatory commitment, okay? And as a private investor, we always look for commitment, not promises. And what we have seen in the past 18 months is responsiveness from the government. They sit with us, they listen to us, they hear what we have to offer, and they actually are flexible with us in finding the right form that would actually push the downstream mining industry forward. The other thing that we are all talking about in Egypt is infrastructure readiness, okay? Infrastructure is not an advantage, it's a prerequisite. And what's happening in Egypt now is Egypt is not planning to improve its infrastructure. The plans were put 10 years ago, they were executed, and now they are there. So we have state-of-the-art roads, we have state-of-the-art ports on 2 major strategic seas. We have reliable energy systems, renewables are there, wind and solar, and they're growing. So everything is already in place and operating and ready for investors to come. Another advantage that Egypt has is ready to move in industrial zones and special economic zones. And these zones are well located in Egypt, near the mines, near the ports, near the market, and they have a very interesting and a very appealing incentive, investment-oriented legal framework. Okay. Oh, sorry, I was going back. So our industry is phosphate, and I would like to talk about phosphate for a few seconds. We as a company, we always look around the world where we can grow our business, where we can grow our industry, and Egypt is one of the few countries in the world and in the region that actually is open for private sector investments in rock phosphate, mining, and downstream added value manufacturing. And over the past 18 months, multiple MOUs and public-private partnership frameworks have been signed. Our company was one of them, and a lot of other companies, local and foreign, in different fields of phosphates were signed, and few of them now have already commenced and moving into execution. And what's new in Egypt now is that Egypt is positioning itself to become a regional hub for phosphate-based industries, not only fertilizers, but other high technology industries like industries for energy applications, specialty and performance chemicals, and nutrition inputs. Fertilizers will always remain the anchor, but it's not the ceiling. And we are seeing now foreign direct investments coming to Egypt to invest in phosphate, but not only to produce fertilizer. And this is very important, and we're always discussing this, is that we need to get the technology transfer into Egypt. We need to make advantage of having the raw materials in Egypt. And one of the sentiment in Egypt is we need to stop exporting rock phosphate as a raw material. And this is coming up from, this directive is coming up from the highest place in the government. And now the new sentiment is we need to find other products, not only fertilizers, but other higher added value products to come and be produced in Egypt. And this is an important point. The countries that have the raw materials are not the countries that have the know-how or the technology. Okay, so it's time now to get the know-how into the countries with the raw materials, to put the necessary framework and incentives to get this technology or the technology transfer into the countries that have the natural resources. Our model is clear in Egypt. It has been clear for a long time, but now it's actually being executed. The model is clear, which is transforming minerals into products that support everyday life and build future economies. The model in rock phosphate can be copied in other minerals. Thank you very much, and have a good afternoon.
Not do the video. Thank you, Engineer Yasser, for giving us the opportunity to present Ikat Gold Mine. We'll start by a small presentation, then maybe a short video. Ikat Gold Mine lies in the middle of the Nubian Shield. As you know, Egypt is gifted by the Arabian-Nubian Shield Zone. And as the other speakers mentioned, that Egypt has gifted many advantages in infrastructure. So investing in mining in Egypt, you are at the right geological place and time. Ikat Gold Mine lies south of the eastern desert of Egypt. This is where the project located. To come to site, you need to go to Marsa Alam Airport, or maybe in 2026, you can another airport will be in operation in Berenice, which will shorten the distance to 310 kilometers instead of 520 kilometers. Thanks for the infrastructure. Ikat Gold Project is 690 square kilometers. The development lease is for 176, and all the exploration was done according to the JORC. The current resource is 2.25 million ounces. The measured and indicated is 1.6. The mine of life is 11 years. The capital invested till now by WRM is around 25 million. This is the milestones for the project since it started in 2018. We started exploration in 2018. Commercial discovery was achieved with 1.1 million ounces in 2020. Then we established the JV company, which is Ikat Gold Mine, with IMRA and Shalati Mineral Resources Company. And in 2022, we got the needed permits, environmental, industrial, and so on. And in 2023, we updated the resource to 2.04 million ounces. Then in 2024, we made the PFS, and we started trial production for the oxide ore. Lately, in 2025, the resource got updated to 2.25 million ounces, and PFS is completed for the establishment of CIL production plant. The gold produced from Ikat Gold Mine is like gold doré, and we export it to Asahi refinery to produce LBMA certified gold. This is the production achieved for the last 3 years or 2.5 years, because the third year is not full. So we can say that the revenue total will be $8.6 million by end of the current fiscal year, because as you know, the fiscal year for our JV starts in July. The work completed till today, it's including intensive drilling program with a large number of assays. So we drilled 828 holes with around 100,000 meter of drilling, both RC and diamond, and we assayed around 57.8 thousand samples. Ikat Gold Mine is a rock topography area, and it's very difficult to deal with, and these photos can show you how we can drill on the edge of Ikat Mine that's 800 meter high. The updated resource at a lower cutoff grade of 0.25 gram per ton, as I mentioned before, is 2.25 million ounce for a grade of 1.57 gram per ton. We tried to run the pit optimization model on 0.1 gram per ton, but due to the stripping ratio increased, so we run it on 0.25 lower cutoff grade. This is again the resource. And here we have exploration targets that might add more quantity of gold. And according to the JORC code, we have to drill more in these new targets that will add more ounces. These are the 6 nominated new areas that we need to drill. So we might increase our gold reserve by maybe 5 tons of gold. This is the like a snapshot about the geological work done to date. This is the geological map for Ikat Gold Mine.
And this is some insights about the drilling. This is some drilling data from ECAT North area. For example, ER C377, it's 30 meter for 7.04 gram per ton. This is how the drilled holes looks like. And I can share with you another slide that show you the intensive drilling we did in ECAT North and South together, up to 230 meters. Actually, we drilled to 400 meters to check the mineralization continuity, and it still continues. ECAT Gold Mine is an open pit mine, actually, till now. These are the 4 main areas that we are doing mining at the moment, and we do mining by rock breaking and load and hole till we reach the sulfide, so we will do the explosive drill and blast. This shows you an idea about the current operation for the crushing as well as the vat leaching, the vat loading and unloading. The PFS, EGM, we conducted a PFS study with Newpro from Australia to process around 3 million tons of ore per year to produce between 140 and 150,000 ounces per year using Hyper CIL technology, and the expected investment for this is around $340 million. Our partners in the PFS was Fortin Pipeline for the water line, AMC Consulting for the mine design and mine scheduling, and ALS Lab for the metallurgical and geochemical sampling, and Aggreko for the study for the power. Of course, the main challenge for the project is we are far away from water, so we need to build up a pipeline that's 210 kilometers away. This shows you some of the studies that we made about the elevation of the pipeline. This is a snapshot about our team. We have a very strong team. Most of them are fellows and are members of AusIMM, which is the Australian Institute of Mining and Metallurgy. This is when we started. We started by night tents. This was in 2018. Then in 2020, we had more tents. And then 2023, we built 4 vats and 3 ponds. In 2024, 6 vats and 5 ponds and 2 carbon cylinders. And in 2025, we have 8 vats, 7 ponds, 4 carbon cylinders, which we have at the moment. This is how the process of load and haul is happening on site. These are some photos to show you how life is going in the project. This was a visit from Barrick to our site. This is the lab, and this is some of the mining equipment we have on site. And thank you for listening. Please allow me to share this short video with you that will show you some more details about the project. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
Dr. Yasser, dear colleagues and audience, let me, in alliance with the demonstration have been demonstrated by His Highness Ministry of Petroleum, Engineer Karim Badawi, and what have been also Dr. Yasser and Engineer Mustafa from the sector, from the private sector point of view. I will just go through the presentation just to show you what's they presented, that how much Egypt is ready and capable of handling the investment, and it's open for investment and required improvement of mining sector. Also, we'll hear this, we'll show you, in Egypt there is not only Wadico, all the companies is ready and up to the international standard to work with the investment and ready for. So our company was established in 2007 for mineral resources and oil shale. We execute, supervise the whole operation from A to Z. Exploration and drilling, feasibility study, extraction, production, marketing, and sales. We all know that the major challenges for the mining industry, such as working in remote areas, far from the basic services, poor logistics, and medical support. The absence or the weakness of the mobile and internet means poor communication, means poor governance. Reliance on traditional energy by energy of solar means poor risk control. Aligned with the Ministry of Petroleum and Mineral Resources, pillars and vision to drive investment and growth in Egypt's mining sector. Wadico built the 24-28 strategic plan, focus enhancing the mining efficiency, safety for sustainability. We are here to talk about the pillars that Wadico have been taken as the main pillars for the next 2 years plus the 2-1. Scale up and spread digital transformation and human capital development, add value projects. Our key growth metrics in the last 2 years, we are talking about 250% increase of the land or the area to be explored by Wadico. We are talking about 500% increase in exploration and drilling activities. We are talking about 340% increase in the production rate and capacity. We are talking about more than 320% increase in the measured reserves. Our major and biggest one in the challenges, it was the major telecommunication challenge and digitalization. We managed across all this to have around-the-clock surveillance and governance cameras for full governance, fully implementation of the ERP system, fully digitalized HR system, enhancing the training through the online training. We didn't. We are sure that all of us say that the human being or the people or the worker or colleagues is the main arm of our industry. So we have been issued the first safety forum in the mining sector in Egypt. We are talking about safety culture. We are changing the mentality. We are trying to change the mentality of our personnel, our colleagues, to work with us in the safe journey to go back home safely. We're talking about major training rollers, we're monitoring implementation, and also ISO certification adoption. Also medical, we enhanced the medical of our people, emergency readiness, accommodations, and also the food and accommodation. And we are issued our slogan, which is towards the green mining, which is our new slogan. We are talking about harnessing solar power for mining. It's the first time in Egypt that we are now building the off-grid solar power station. Transitioning to electrical heavy equipment, also for the first time that we are started to utilize electrical heavy equipment in our mining areas, powering our camp and facilities by the electrical solar coming from the solar power plant. We are talking about, for this first stage of the project, we are talking about 2.6 million liters saving of solar. We are talking about thousands of tons for equivalent CO2. So we are talking about saving CO2 reduction. We are talking about the electrical transition and also the leadership. So we are not talking only about the production, not about the human also, no, we are talking about the environment. So when you invite your investors to come to Egypt, he will find the companies like Wadico is looking forward and very up to the international standards in all categories and levels. So we are talking about the opportunities for investment in Egypt with Wadico for fertilizing. We are fully open and ready for whatever needed for the fertilizer industries, chemicals industries, also based on the phosphate as the ore. We are also open the channels for the kaolinite sand separation of the kaolin, and we all know what is the importance of how many tons we are exporting from our product during last years. We are also inviting you to share us the investment with for the oil shale, which is very promising in Egypt, with a very experimental and proven quantity also. So when you put your hand in our hands, we are trust, and you are trust that we are the right direction, we are at the right country, and we are on the right track. Shukran lak. Thank you.
At the end of our day, I would like to thank all of my colleagues and our attendees, and wishing to see you as investors in Egypt. Thank you.